Good evening and welcome. This is the March 12th, 2025 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses, including planned developments, zoning relief, and appeals from the decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will make either a final determination or send its recommendation to the City Council. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Aravallo?
Here.
Commissioner Berlin?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Mabadi?
Here.
Commissioner Mangum?
Here.
Commissioner Medenchev?
Here.
Commissioner Puctel? And Chair Linwall.
Here. With 8 members present, we have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff are neighborhood and land use planner Megan Jones, planning manager Liz Williams, and hiding in the back room is deputy city manager Steve Ruger, policy and intergovernmental affairs manager Allison Leipziger, community development Sarah Flax, and policy and policy supervisor Aaron Baines. This is a formal rule hearing, and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time, so all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have an opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. The chair will determine the time allotted to each speaker based on the numbers of speakers signed up. Any resident may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the provided comment sheet. All testimony is taken under oath, although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence. Please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and corresponding staff memorandum. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you're at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you can be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Our hearings on the proposed comprehensive plan will vary slightly from our regular meeting structure. We're holding public hearings for the purpose of receiving testimony from residents, business owners, and other interested parties on this important document. Tonight's meeting will be about the comprehensive plan only. One of the items that we will probably not discuss, but will be considered by staff is a revised timeline for the development of the comprehensive plan, and specifically how public input will be incorporated into a final plan document that can be recommended to the City Council. Our charge from the City Council with respect to the development of the comprehensive plan is to do it right but hurry. At this point, we anticipate that the document will be considered by the new City Council rather than current members. I've spoken with the mayor, and his ask of us is to endeavor to send a recommended plan to the City Council as early as possible in the new council term to set a realistic schedule and stick to it. Any discussion on the development of a new zoning ordinance will be deferred until the Land Use Commission and the City Council have completed work on the comprehensive plan. However, I recognize that in light of the version 1.0 of the plan and the associated draft zoning code, we can't simply unring the bell. The community has seen how land use policies included in a comprehensive plan could be reflected in a new zoning code. While unsettling, I think that it is really helpful for all of us to understand how important it is to get the policy action statements right before we begin the discussion of what kinds of changes are needed in our zoning code. Representatives from key boards and commissions were asked to provide input on the relevant chapters in the initial in the initial draft of the comprehensive plan. These bodies have been invited to provide additional comments on the current plan draft with a requested response date of April 4th. I'd like to ask that members of the public and any interested groups endeavor to also provide their written comments by April 4th as well. After receiving those reports and input from the public, commissioners will be in a position to provide final input to staff on what additions and amendments we feel should be incorporated into the final plan draft. I'd like to thank members of the public who've provided written comments and suggested edits on the plan so far. You know, as we asked, you've been really specific in identifying pages, and that's going to be really helpful to us as we move forward. It's important, and we want to hear from members of the public, but just in terms of trying to tackle a document that covers such a wide range of subjects, I think, you know, it's really important to have specifics for us to address as we move forward. So the organization for tonight's meeting will be public testimony and then discussion and review. The Land Use Commission will take some time starting to go through the sections of the plan so that we can identify issues that we think ought to be addressed. As I mentioned, we need to develop a timeline for completion of the plan document draft. We have tonight's meeting scheduled. We have a public hearing, you know, continuation of this public hearing scheduled for next week, March 19th. The March 26th meeting, we have, you know, 2 cases on the agenda, which is really our regular work program. And there are, according to staff, there are a number of significant cases that are going to be coming before us over the next month or so. So we'll, you know, depending on how this evening goes and how far it gets, I think we'll be in a better position to work with staff to identify a reasonable timeline that is fair for the public, it's fair for the commission, and it really, you know, it really respects that staff has put a tremendous amount of work into this document so far to get us to where we are, and they need a little breathing room as well. So in the interest of everyone involved, we'll try to come up with something that, you know, allows this to move through the process expeditiously. So with that, I'm going to administer the oath. If you plan on speaking on the comprehensive plan this evening, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Thank you. Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
I have a question on the format. At the last meeting, we agreed that we were going to focus on chapters 1 through 6, as many as we could get through.
Right.
And I think that's what we did. And I guess my question for the public is, should we ask that their comments be limited to chapters 1 through 6, or their comments can be on any chapter?
I think their comments can be on any chapter. I mean, just respecting the fact that they've taken the time to come to this hearing. Although we may not, you know, get to the discussion of that particular chapter. So I think that, and again, I think it's really important, and probably depending again on how far we get through the review of the chapters, I think for the next, you know, really for the next meeting, and you know, that we try to adhere to the deadline of March or April 4th for getting all the comments in. But my hope is we can get further through the document, you know, at least through the first initial 6 chapters. We may not get there. Depends on how long everyone speaks, and it's going to depend on what our discussion is on some of the early chapters. But I think it's probably helpful for that to be the approach.
Yeah.
So-
The other thing I guess I wanted to ask is, if you're speaking generally, that's great. If you're speaking very specifically to paragraphs in the comp plan, it's possible that we can get the note down and write it down, but if you can, it would be very helpful to us if you follow up with a written comment if it's specific to the language of a paragraph. Some people have already done that. We received some just today, so we're sort of in progress on that. So we welcome your written comments after this meeting.
And I think it's also important to remember that we're not discussing zoning. I mean, there are certain policies that will certainly impact the direction of the zoning discussion at a later date, but the plan itself, it's intended to be a broad, high-level document that covers not only land use, but a whole range of other subjects. And one of the values of a comprehensive plan, such as this draft, is to allow us to kind of begin to identify synergies, maybe conflicts between sections of the plan document. And, while the goal is to build consensus, I think we all ought to recognize that there may be discussion and text in the plan that highlights what some of the competing ideas are. And I think that's okay. So I don't want, this is not a contest to see who wins on which particular policy at this point. There will be other policies. There are identifications of additional planning and, work that will need to be done on a variety of topics. And, the comprehensive plan really is intended as a high-level document that brings all of these pieces together into a whole. So I think with that, as has been our usual practice, we'll give everyone on the list 3 minutes. And if you don't need all of that time, that's fine too. Okay, first up I have Melissa Applett, followed by Mark Breslin, and then Jeff Smith.
I'm with Interfaith Action of Evanston Advocacy Committee. And we support the housing.
What?
Oh, okay.
So,
Interfaith Action of Evanston's Advocacy Committee, and we support, turn it on. That would be helpful, huh?
Very good.
Thank you, Anderson.
Okay. As I said, I'm with Interfaith Action of Evanston's Advocacy Committee, and we support the housing policies of the revised Envision Evanston plan. But we see that early chapters of the plan may be lacking in some critical information that might help establish the need for these goals. For example, we agree that Evanston would benefit from moderately increased density that might allow people who work in Evanston to live in Evanston. The addition of duplexes, triplexes, 2 flats and 3 could help the current situation in which teachers, firefighters, police, professors, hospital workers, and clergy can't afford to live here. But these observations are based on personal narratives. If at all possible, the comprehensive plan could benefit from statistics that bear this out and support the need for increased density. Additionally, one statistic that warrants more explanation is the Gini coefficient. I had never heard of this. How surprised was I to discover that this measure of income inequality has determined that Evanston has the 10th highest of any city in the country. We believe this is a significant factor in consideration of Evanston's future and should be better highlighted and explained. We appreciate the housing policy goals in the later chapters of the comprehensive plan that support alternative housing needs and increased funding for housing initiatives. What a different world might open up if people could share costs of living, as my grandmother did with her household of seniors. For others, pilot programs of rental assistance have proven effective. And the South Boulevard project is a prime example of showing us what can be done in affordable housing when opportunities arise. We can see that numerical goals for housing in the first 5 years might help community members better understand the scope of what is intended and relieve anxieties about an onslaught of construction. Further, as the document indicates, an every 5-year review will allow adjustments to better meet the realities of implementation. We applaud this approach. Finally, we've heard a lot about the character of the community. For Interfaith Action, the character of the community is less about the built environment and more about the people who live in it. We at Interfaith Action see folks in Evanston who regularly demonstrate extraordinary character and generosity. They are people with plenty who help those without enough. Given Evanston's position as the nation's 10th highest in income inequality, this character of the community is especially important. Thank you.
Paul Breslin.
Okay. I'll keep it short. I second the idea that we need more information. We should have known early in this process how many people now living and working in Evanston qualify for affordable housing and at what level of assistance. That would have given us a target. We didn't get that. How many people own cars in Evanston? Where are they? My friend Jeff Smith tried to get this data and was told that those records were not kept. The process by which Envision Evanston 2045 has emerged has not been as transparent as it ought to be. There are gaps in the record that are very puzzling, like how the second RFP became necessary. Why was that change made? The reason given isn't necessarily satisfactory. There's too much about how we compare with Minneapolis or what bad people we are if we oppose the plan, and not enough about the grounding of this plan in what is currently the case in this city at this time. That's what I wanted to see much more of than I saw, and I think it could still be done if people will just slow the freight train down and do it. I know the staff has worked very hard, but they're only doing what they're directed to do, and it would seem that they haven't been directed to do that. My last observation is that in my personal value system, for what it's worth, I judge the sincerity of someone's intention by the amount of care that that person puts into achieving that intention. So if I am running on a comprehensive plan, I would want to make very sure that I had gathered all the information to support it that I could, and that I didn't turn in a plan like the first version of this that was simply not ready to be voted on for approval. I would have made very sure that when I finally brought the thing forward, I had total confidence in it as a city plan. And that's why many residents, including myself, saw the April 1st deadline as a political power play to rush this thing through when it really wasn't ready. And that's why there's a Jeff Boerini button on my jacket. Thank you.
Next up is Jeff Smith.
Thank you, members of the commission. I sent yesterday to y'all and can forward if you need a Word doc version, a markup through pages 24, and I sent through Ms. Jones today markup through page 29. I wish I was through page 180, but I was surprised at the number and level of mistakes, omissions that I came across. And there's so much still fundamentally off. This is way beyond, we can make a few tweaks and send it on to council. For a second draft to have in the history of Evanston not even a correct description of our own path to incorporation of a city, and not even mentioning temperance and the 4-mile rule, not to mention the word library in the entire document, is just, this is a first draft that if I were supervising it in a city department or a government agency, I would send back for almost a do-over. The only reason I don't say burn it down completely is because I believe so strongly in recycle, rehab, and repurpose, and it is a workable shell. I really look forward to getting to chapters where I hope I'm in large agreement with some of the recommendations, but because the context and the land use are such a big part of it. Even if it needs a gut rehab, we can use the existing shell. But what pervades it to this point is that the fundamental premise of density leading to affordability, it's like if you did a gut rehab and you found that your supporting posts were all infested with termites. It's really almost fatal to the project. And this draft doubles down on that, moving what was buried in the 3rd or 4th bullet points in the first draft to the top point in takeaways, et cetera, and repeatedly iterates a takeaway that Evanston is clamoring for that. And you and I have been at these meetings and know that that's just not true. At best, it would be a tie, but I think that the folks who doubt that premise, if anything, have been in the majority. 16 years ago, when few were talking about it, and it was considered even a third rail to bring up in polite conversation in Evanston, I brought up at a panel at which I moderated, and Ms. Lindwall, you were one of the panelists because you were running for mayor at the time, and the question of gentrification. So I've been concerned about this for a long time, long before changing R1 or R2 or anything like that was even on the horizon. And 8 years ago, I was the first candidate to have an affordability plank and the only one to put it as number 1 on their website. So this is not about anything in my backyard because it wasn't even an issue then. It's something I've been concerned about for a long time. This commission wants to get it right, but hurry. It needs to let go of the fiction that in an already expensive place of almost 10,000 people per square mile, we can build our way to affordability. We're in the top 1% of inequality because we're in the top 1% of density. There's a correlation between that. Stop insisting that the people of Evanston are clamoring for this fiction. I know it's not true. Why do I know that? Because I know that the people of Evanston were not dropped on their head. Thank you.
Chair, Chair, could we ask that, and I know the speakers that have come just now have come before, and we know they're Evanston residents, but I'd like everybody to say if you're an Evanston resident and where you live. And partly I'm asking this is because I understand that several of the speakers that we've had before were not even Evanston residents. And I'd like to know that, please.
I think you can just,
For the record, I've now spent 40 years in Evanston and 8 or 9 years besides that, just south of Evanston in Rogers Park. So that's the time I've been looking at these issues.
all right. Okay,
Madam Chair.
that's okay. Next speaker up
Madam
is,
Chair, Can I
yes.
just ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Are these Mr. Smith's comments? Those are the rest of them. From Jeff Smith. Okay, got it. Just,
Okay,
there wasn't a name on this, so I'm just making sure
Okay.
I'm looking at the right thing.
thank you. Next up is Betty Bogg, followed by Jean Combs and Kirsten Lofquist.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Betty Bogg. I'm the CEO at Connections for the Homeless. I am not an Evanston resident. I have worked in Evanston in the housing arena for 10 years. Since the last draft of the comprehensive plan was released, more than 20 Evanston residents who are affordable housing advocates have worked with our program, Joining Forces for Affordable Housing, to review and assess the draft. We sent a letter to this commission with the findings of this group, which were that the recommendations for policies and actions in the plan will support the two primary actions we are looking for from the city, which are first, to remove the barriers that the current zoning code creates for development of new affordable and missing middle housing. Second, to fund and implement programs, excuse me, that drive development of housing and funds the other programs and services that are needed to protect both landlords and residents. Although the policy and action steps in the plan are strong, the bulk of the plan describes the city in terms that minimize many of the problems it is experiencing. While mentioned in later chapters, the first chapters of the plan insufficiently describe the issues such as income disparities, racial inequities, segregation, health inequities, and the shortage of affordable and missing middle housing. In fact, the comprehensive plan largely avoids using the term affordable at all, because much of the pushback against the comprehensive plan revolves around dislike for the changes it proposes. We would like to see the plan more strongly emphasize the very real housing-related problems that Evanston is currently experiencing, and that will grow even worse if we do not make the changes recommended in the plan. Change is coming. The question is whether the city directs those changes or simply lets the changes happen to it. Thank you.
Next up is Jean Combs, followed by, and I'm trying to see if it's Kirsten or Kirsten, Loftus, and then Terry Dubin.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Gene Combs. I live at 1212 Elmwood in the 4th Ward. And I like my block. You know, it's got a small business on one corner. It's got multi-story, multi-unit apartments and condos. It's got some nice big Victorians like I happen to live in. It's got a small church with a mostly black congregation, all on that block. And I think that's a nice way to have a neighborhood arranged. I've lived in Evanston for 42 years. There's been lots of changes in that 42 years. The Varsity Theater, Chandler's, Marshall Fields, they're all gone. Our nice Fountain Square with a functioning fountain has a modernized one with a non-functioning fountain. And our black population has decreased by several percentage points over the time I've lived here. The retirement age population, folks like me, has increased by several percentage points over the time that I've lived here. And the median household income for white folks has increased, while the median household income for black folks has decreased. The median household income for whites is now $119,000, while it's $55,000 for black folk. More folks like me make twice as much as the average black citizen of Evanston. Evanston's getting older and whiter, and income disparities are growing. Change is happening whether we enact Envision Evanston or not. And I'm heartsick about what will happen if the current trends continue. Without planful change, old, white, financially comfortable folks like me will be what's left, and that's not right. That's not just, that's not morally defensible. The proposed comprehensive plan gives some hope. Its strategies look to fill the gap that's been widening between rich and poor, owner and renter, white and black, retiree and young family. The current comprehensive plan supports measures that will increase the variety of housing and thereby help ensure our city's ongoing vitality and prosperity in a way that's fair to everyone. Please support it.
Thank you. Next up is Kirsten Lofquist, followed by Terry Dubin, and then Mike Johnson. Did I get it right, or are you Kirsten or
Christine Lofquist.
Oh,
And
all right. I
it's close enough.
apologize.
No, it's way better than most people. So, my name's Christine Lofquist, and I'm a resident, a homeowner actually, in the 6th Ward on Grosse Pointe Road. I've lived in Evanston for 23 years. Currently in Evanston, the average nursing assistant makes about $40,000 a year. We have 2 hospitals in Evanston and a bunch of retirement homes. 2 of them are in my ward. Almost 20% of our population is over 65 years old. So I would imagine that we have a lot of nursing assistants working here in Evanston. No one knows, though, how many of them actually live here. And unless they have a rich spouse, most of those who do live here are probably struggling. At an income of $40,000 a year, a nursing assistant living by himself would be able to afford housing that costs $1,000 a month. However, currently, the average price for a studio apartment in Evanston is $1,648. If that nursing assistant had children, she would need a 2-bedroom unit, and the average cost for that is currently $2,213 per month. That's more than double of what would be affordable for that person. Among the households in Evanston with incomes under $50,000 a year, there are 6,375 households that are paying more than 30% of their incomes on housing. People think that when someone can't afford the housing in a community that they either leave or they become homeless. But that is not necessarily the case. Instead, they are living in housing that they cannot afford. And then obviously there are some that could never afford to live here. And they are driving 50, 60 miles to take care of us in our hospitals and our nursing homes. If you live in Evanston and you know a nursing assistant who also lives here, or a teacher's aide, or an appliance repair person, or a waiter in your favorite restaurant, or the person who checks you out at the grocery store, these people are almost certainly living in housing that they cannot afford. And they are struggling with what every housing cost-burdened household struggles with, and that is austerity. They have to cut back. They have to use the food pantries. They have to apply for SNAP benefits, which are not going to be available to them any longer with the current administration. They get sick, but they have to go to work. And they are not seeking out the treatment that they need. And this is the status quo in Evanston right now. The policies and the actions that are in the comprehensive plan support an alternative, and I hope that you will support that plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Terry Dubin.
I'm Terry Dubin. I've lived in Evanston for 38 years. I was a plan commissioner, and I'm a retired architect. The new draft of the comprehensive plan makes good recommendations for common sense changes that will support a range of housing options. It lays out a framework for a new zoning code that can align with the changes in our community. It proposes strong policies and actions to address today's Evanston and our goals for housing. Our current zoning code is convoluted and restrictive, the result of changes made on an ad hoc basis to address individual buildings and construction and neighborhood redevelopment, project by project. Almost all projects require variances. This has created a code that is difficult to navigate, a patchwork quilt of changes and restrictions that may or may not mesh. Evanston has changed over the last 30 years, not least from the pandemic and the havoc it wrought. Our downtown business and commercial community is struggling because of the lack of workers in office buildings. Population demographics are changing. Household composition is changing, and our current zoning code no longer meets our community's needs. We are lucky. We have city staff, committees, and commissions working tirelessly to review planning and zoning policies and procedures to meet the city's changing needs. The new draft of the comprehensive plan recognizes and incorporates that work. Maintaining our current policies will lead to future struggles in downtown, greater income disparity, and less housing choice for the full diversity of Evanston residents. I support the comprehensive plan's direction to make Evanston's policies current with best practices and our changed world. I hope you will too.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Johnson, followed by Andrea Liss, and then Dave Galloway.
Hello, my name is Mike Johnson. I live at 1321 Elmwood in Evanston. I've been a resident for 51 years. I was born in Evanston. My grandmother moved to Evanston in the 30s. She came here because Evanston was a place where, you know, it was like a safe haven for Black people. I've seen a lot of changes over my lifetime here. I'm not necessarily opposed to all of them. The plan for 2024 does not seem sustainable to me. Right now, our current density is, you can't get from one end of Evanston to the other in 30 minutes, anytime between 8 and 4. With the new traffic patterns, it's becoming overcrowded. My kids go to the beach, we go to the beach, we can't find a place to sit. My son said, "Dad, why do they need to build new structures in Evanston? We can't even find a parking spot sometimes by our house." And I pay for a parking permit, which sometimes I can't use because I have to park, well, I can't park in front of my house anymore. In 2022, I'm also a property owner. I have some rental units. In 2022, my taxes between both properties went up 60%. For a longtime Evanston resident, the one property that I live in currently was my parents' house. I felt like I was kind of grandfathered into the taxes somewhat because it got passed down and I bought my sister out of the house. But aside from that, the property taxes went up 60%. I pay them outright. I don't have them in escrow. For someone like me, it's hard to maintain financially. And I don't think that building anything is sustainable. Maintaining what we have is sustainability. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Andrea Liss, followed by Dave Galloway, and then Steve Test.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Liss. I live in the 3rd Ward, and my design business is in the 4th Ward. I understand there are problems to solve and a future to think about and plan for. But to upzone and turn the entire city of Evanston upside down without data to support the vision outlined in the comprehensive plan, with its chosen tactics, including higher density, taller buildings, and larger footprints, seems rash and threatens to destroy the Evanston that we know and love. Evanston is a wonderful place to live and to work. We have natural resources, including our beautiful lakefront and streets lined with mature trees. We are home to many architectural jewels, a range of homes and business districts with historic charm and vintage character at a human scale. It feels good to be here. I don't understand why we are throwing all that to the wind with a rushed plan conceived by out-of-towners who don't live here that focuses on solving national and regional issues without equally focusing on the qualities that make Evanston what it is. We should do our part to ease the housing issues being felt across the nation and here at home, but not at the expense of undermining our foundation so it becomes unrecognizable, diminishes our quality of life, and changes Evanston forever. At some point, there is only so much space to build on and so many people per square mile to add before we're going to feel like Chicago and no longer like Evanston. I think we are being sold a bill of goods based on good intentions and not facts. Many who are experienced in the affordable housing, construction, and real estate industries have explained that increased housing density does not automatically create affordability. Let's not ruin what we have in pursuit of changes that will not solve the problem, and instead open the doors to making Evanston a developer's dream that leaves us with a crowded big city, not the town we know and love. The comprehensive plan should build on what is wonderful about Evanston, not focus exclusively on steps that will dismantle it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dave Galloway.
Members of the commission, my name is David Galloway. I live at 728 Noyes Street and have been a resident here since 1983. I was anticipating being called up to speak after my friend Jack Weiss made his presentation. So I will be seconding all of his remarks as they pertain to the establishment of an urban design commission to be described in various sections as Jack will iterate in a short period of time. One of the most successful aspects of this entire process has been this commission. Commissions composed of intelligent, intentful, and talented individuals that reside in this city are essential, I think, for proper government execution. And I think the work that you have done in addressing how we are going about this whole process has saved us. So I congratulate you for that. A similar commission that is oriented around quality design, I think will also serve the city in a very well and beneficial way. I also want to recognize that there has been an increasing disparity between wages and the cost of living that has gone on for decades. And this is a national travesty, but it's one that we here in Evanston have to address and may have to address on our own. There are generations of younger adults that would make fantastic citizens in this town, fantastic commission members, but they simply cannot justify living in a place that either they can't afford or is so unattainable that it alters their quality of life. So in the transition from going to the goals of the master plan to the zoning, it's going to be critical that we have proper urban design consideration so that we achieve the goals without damaging the appearance. And lastly, there's one element of urban design that pretty much permeates every chapter in the master plan, and that's walkability. The opportunity to be able to leave your car or not have one and walk or bicycle to all the needs that you might have has been proven to be one of the number one desirabilities of people seeking new housing, not to mention its health benefits. There was an independent Rand-like corporation that investigated all the benefits of walkability. It was an entire paragraph. So I won't bore you with that, but I would like to see the term walkability referenced far more frequently in all the appropriate chapters of this master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Steve Test, followed by Sonia Cohen, and then Kira Kelly.
Hi, Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. I've submitted comments on the actual on the comprehensive plan. You've had it. I hope you've had a chance to look at it. So I want to speak about the bigger process. From the sketchy appointment of a consultant that did a job so poor it was fired, to the release of a zoning map so preposterous it set everybody's hair on fire and invited intense scrutiny of the seriously flawed and biased comprehensive plan, to the mayor's attempts to slip this past the citizens, which have failed so far due to the people's outrage, and the mayor stepping on multiple rakes along the way. The Envision Evanston 2045 process so far has to be one of the most botched civic projects in recent Chicagoland history. At least there aren't brawls breaking out in sitting meetings, which is good, I guess. Those in city management responsible should be thanking their lucky stars they still have their jobs. There are lots of organizations that would not be so tolerant. The second draft is better, but still built on the ideological foundation laid at the get-go. Radical upzoning and more density is good, and anybody that disagrees is bad. In what we heard, the section page 12, some of the most contentious policies flow from a survey of 206 people, only 0.03% of the city's population. Who were these respondents? Were they chosen to give the answer somebody wanted? Who knows? The representation of comments at LUC meetings over the last few months has been blatantly skewed, completely ignoring all the negative feedback you've gotten. I could go on. It's still a flawed, divisive document with an agenda and being rushed for some purpose. I have to ask, why pick on Evanston? We already have the highest population density and the most diverse housing stock of our suburban neighbors and most of Cook County. Any newcomer to Evanston can live in almost any type of neighborhood they wish. Is it relatively expensive? Yes. Like in lots of desirable places to live all over the country. Will zoning make Evanston less expensive? No. Unless the zoning wrecks the city, makes it a less desirable place to live, and fewer people want to live here, and prices will come down, I guess. So now we are here, and it's up to you to pull this thing out of the fire. I've made lots of detailed comments. Like I said, I've been here talking to you. I've had suggestions. There's a bunch of them. I know that lots of other people do too. There are positive, workable ideas before you. There will be more, I'm sure, if you take the time to find them. I believe that it is possible to craft a sensible, moderate, focused plan that can gather close to a consensus. And I encourage you to do that as long as it takes. Thanks.
Next up is Sonia Cohen.
Hi, I'm Sonia Cohen. I live in the 7th Ward, and I've been here a long time. I'll leave it at that. And before I start, I just want to thank all of you for all the hard work and patience you've had in working on this comprehensive plan over and over. So I do allude to zoning, but this is really about density and affordability. The block where I live is a mix of townhouses, small multi-unit buildings, duplexes, and single-family homes. It is a prime example of a diverse block that maintains character and community and is economically diverse with more affordable rents, mainly because we're owner-occupied. And yet, if this new zoning goes through, we are destined to have 50-feet buildings with as many units as a developer chooses to build and no parking minimums, reduced lot sizes, narrow setbacks. That is the new R3 zoning. Even a few 50-foot buildings can radically alter our block. Condos have sold from $638,000 to $1 million plus in a relatively new 5-story building a few blocks from us. So my question is, how many affordable units in Evanston will be lost with new construction that promotes density. How will this potential loss of affordability be addressed in either our strategic housing plan or in the comprehensive plan? A 2023 study from the Institute for Housing Studies at DePaul researched this very issue in Chicago, and we are part of Chicagoland. This study highlighted the ongoing loss of 2 to 4 unit buildings in Chicago and its implication for the city's supply of unsubsidized, lower cost rental housing. It is the most common type of rental, but each year there are less small rental buildings, with just over 32% in 2021 in Chicago. Over the same time, the share of Chicago rental units in larger multifamily buildings have increased, particularly in buildings with 50 units. This shift represents one of the key affordable housing supply challenges facing the city, as 2 to 4 unit buildings are the backbone of Chicago's unsubsidized affordable housing supply. While units in new construction, larger multifamily properties are much less likely to be affordable. I would like for this to be taken into consideration somewhere in either our strategic housing plan or the comprehensive plan. And thank you. I actually printed this study. I could send it. Is it anything, anyone?
I'm curious. I'll just take a photo of the cover and I can look it up.
Okay. And I didn't know how to send an attachment.
Okay, and up next is Kira Kelly, followed by Lisa Grams and Michelle Kleibeck.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Kira Kelly, and I also want to thank. Oops, sorry.
We'll put you on hold for a
yes,
second.
I didn't.
You can submit it as a comment. Sorry.
All right, Kira?
Yes,
Go
Kira
ahead.
Kelly. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you all so much for all of the hard work and the long hours. Well, when the Envision Evanston effort was launched with great fanfare and call for the public to contribute ideas, we all hoped for a serious and authentic effort. Unfortunately, it became clear that the process followed a predetermined conclusion, one that we saw was already written by joining forces and ZoneCo's zoning in their equity zoning project report. And we also saw it in Mayor Biss's Chicago Tribune op-ed before the Envision process was underway. Was complete. It prioritized upzoning, increased density, and the elimination of single-family zoning. You and the Land Commission, however, gave us hope for a neutral and authentic process at last. You held extensive meetings, heard hours upon hours of public comment, and your questions and input to staff really reflected what we felt were shared by residents. And based on your knowledge of Evanston and data, we all were here and heard a majority of residents speaking out against the pro-density zoning that was proposed. Yet in the key takeaways section in this rewrite, it's misrepresented. The wording and sentiment here is almost exactly what we started with. And in no way was this the takeaway from the land use commissions meetings that I was here for, and everyone was. For instance, support for increased housing density, expand and diversify housing options, prioritize affordable housing. And while we all want these, it's just not accurate. It didn't come across in this way. And what about advocacy for preserving our zoning in some capacity? What about the call to prioritize and preserve some of our 31% single-family housing, as we hear there's a shortage, actually. Young families are looking to move to Evanston for single-family homes in the moderate range. Also in the zoning, that you specifically asked for this to be a visionary document and for specifics to be gone, yet we see R1 zoning is brought up. We're just wondering why this was ignored. Anyway, I'll try to be quick, but we see the bias still in the incorporating feedback section. For instance, why was there simply a brief description from ward meetings summed up in a few sentences with no reflection of the input given? I personally attended by Zoom, a 6th and 7th ward meeting with 130 residents. I went to a 1st ward meeting. I used to be in the 1st ward, so I went to that one, and a large downtown meeting packed to the gills. These were significant meetings. Yet a survey of just 200 individuals reviewing a deeply flawed 130-page plan is given a 2-page spread in the plan here. And then why? We just have to assume that the survey results align with the agenda in place. Anyway, we urge you to act. Please direct staff to rewrite the key takeaways to reflect the input that was given. Demand removal of the mention of R1 zoning as you requested. And please, Evanston deserves a genuinely neutral, transparent, and good faith planning process. We really need to get rid of the predetermined outcomes. They will lead to unintended consequences. Please stand by residents and demand an honest, representative revision of this plan, including the key takeaways. Thank you.
Next up is Lisa Grams, followed by Michelle Kleibeck. We have Lisa. Okay. Then next up is Michelle.
My name is Michelle Klebeck. I live in the 1st ward. As an architect specializing in multifamily housing, I want to take a moment to reflect on where we should be heading when it comes to housing in our city. I believe our approach may have veered off track largely due to the lack of critical data on housing needs. Despite all this time, we don't have a clear explanation for the 7% vacancy rate or how it correlates with projected population growth. More importantly, we lack essential insights into the types of housing that people are seeking. Are residents looking for single-family homes, rentals, or condominiums? Which age group are in the greatest need, and how do we define affordability? One growing concern is the increase in demand for housing that accommodates aging residents, particularly those with mobility challenges. If this is indeed a pressing issue, then expanding the number of 2- and 4-unit walk-ups would be counterproductive, as these buildings rarely include elevators and are not required to meet accessibility standards. Similarly, if data shows strong demand for single-family homes, policies that incentivize the replacement with multifamily housing would end up pushing families out of Evanston. Simply put, we need detailed, objective information about housing needs and trends, rather than making assumptions about what Evanston wants or needs. Beyond understanding demand, we need to be realistic about the impact of new development. Looking at the local sales data, we should compare the price points of existing homes with those recently built duplexes to understand what the market could bring to us. A striking example is on 2102 Harrison, where a modest home sold for $520,000 and was redeveloped into a duplex and sold for $1.6 million per unit. This markup reflects the cost to purchase, demolish, rebuild, and generate a generous profit for the developer. If we accelerate this trend through policy changes, we risk achieving the opposite of our stated goal, pricing out longtime residents and transforming Evanston into a city dominated by luxury housing. Before making broad claims that increased density will lead to affordability, we need to look hard at the likely outcomes. In addition to the types of housing that we build, we should be strategic about where we focus our development. One of my biggest concerns is the lack of attention given to our struggling downtown. Empty storefronts and declining activity have been persistent issues driving residents to spend time and money in neighboring areas like downtown Wilmette. Encouraging small businesses and mixed-use development in the heart of Evanston could help revitalize the area, creating a vibrant 24/7 atmosphere while generating much-needed tax revenue. Given the current state of downtown, I'm surprised it doesn't significantly receive more attention in the comprehensive plan. I did also include a long list of edits that I think are appropriate with the page numbers and exactly how I think I might have written it differently. I was a little bit late to get it in the packet, but Megan assured me that you guys would have that today, printed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jim McKee, followed by Lee Greenberg and Robert Ketting.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jim McKee. I live in the 3rd Ward, 631 Forest Avenue. And I came today to add some comments to the conversations from the last meeting about density. We've had a lot of development here in Evanston over the last 25 years. It's often brought increased density. I'd say that overall what has been built over this time under our current zoning code has been positive. It's generally been good for our tax base, and I support it. But I do think that development should be limited to those areas where people are good with it, i.e. it's not very controversial. Let me mention some examples. I read a story a few weeks ago about a group of 10 townhomes that will be built on Central Street on empty lots. I think that's great. Putting those on the tax roll and building new housing sounds like a win-win. Here in Melissa Wynn's third ward where I live, we've had many large new buildings go up, mostly near train stations, and it's been fine. But what I would say has been the most successful real estate project here by far was from about 20 years ago when 93-story townhouses were built at the corner of Chicago Avenue and South Boulevard where a closed-up grocery store had been. The developer's name was David Dubin, and they're called the Dubin Townhouses. They really filled a need. They've aged nicely, and we've had many friends and neighbors happy to live there over the years. But now to say that we're going to envision Evanston 20 years from now, having been upzoned across the board so that many modest homes can be torn down and replaced with new housing, I think that's a terrible idea. And it's not that I oppose duplexes, triplexes, or apartment buildings mixed in with single-family homes. We have much of that in the third ward, and it's fine. It's just that we're not starting with a blank slate and creating a new town. What I oppose is the senseless destruction of what we already have. Well-built vintage houses and apartment buildings, I think these help give Evanston its charm. People love Evanston's vibe. Why on earth would we want to start destroying that? And upzoning the whole town as proposed in Envision Evanston is an open invitation to developers to build, and they will respond to building whatever makes them the most money. If that's tearing down a single-family home, it's not going to be to build missing middle housing for teachers and firemen. It's going to be to take advantage of the proposed 40% increase in buildability and put up large cookie-cutter McMansions or its close cousin, what I call the McLuxury duplex, who the last speaker just referred to, which is this house on Harrison. Nice little house, $520,000, torn down, replaced by 2 duplex homes, each $1.6 million. Okay, I know I'm running out of time here, but make no mistake, these projects will be built not for the current residents of Evanston. They'll be built to bring upwardly mobile buyers from high-priced areas of Chicago and from out of town. This is textbook gentrification, bringing in the gentry, the rich people. If you don't think that promoting this type of new construction by zoning change would alter the character of this town, I think you're dreaming. And I thought I'd run out of time, so I printed out copies. Can I?
Yes. Okay. Next up is Lee Greenberg, followed by Robert Ketting, and then Jenny Washburn.
Good evening, Lee Greenberg, 2207 Orrington. I also like my block. It's got a bunch of houses on it. It's got young folks, it's got old folks, it's got white folks, it's got black folks, it's got economic distances across the board. What I am frustrated about is that the draft plan is still including a large amount of language suggesting that we need a population increase, but sadly without any real data that supports this. We have no understanding about the type of resident, the type of housing that would support this perceived growth. And with that, there's no legitimate justification for the significant increase that's being pushed. Proponents of Envision Evanston continue to push up zoning as a way to bring affordable housing. What's affordable to me and what's affordable to someone else are very different things. Luckily, Evanston already has neighborhoods with housing in many shapes and sizes, price points across the board. The assumption that just building more housing will somehow lower the sale price of homes is a joke. Building 2, 3, and 4 flats here and there will likely only exacerbate the perceived problem. The reality is that sale price is driven by the market. With no guardrails, developers would level the existing building stock, build the largest buildings possible, and sell these units for as much as someone will pay, just as the past couple of speakers had noted. Instead of viewing the city as a whole, I suggest we allow for density with purpose. Evanston has one downtown and multiple corridors, as the draft plan calls them, intersecting each other, creating natural retail, food, and beverage hotspots. Unsurprisingly, there are bus lines, CTA, and metro stops that run through these. If we really want to address affordability and sustainability, a smarter plan would be to allow for reasonably increased density at these locations and further enhance the livability and walkability of our city. This should also include investments into ADA provisions at stations, as well as basic maintenance and protections from the weather. We'd be smart to focus on revitalizing downtown. If we really want to address affordability and sustainability, we can fix one problem while solving others by incentivizing adaptive reuse of vacant buildings, including office to resi conversions, and encouraging retail growth. We might learn from Wilmette, where the past few years have seen a huge influx in restaurants, housing, et cetera, right around their metro stop. At the neighborhood scale, if we really want to address affordability and sustainability, I suggest relaxing restrictions and allowing construction of ADUs in all neighborhoods, and adaptive reuse of existing family homes if someone wants to turn them into 2 flats. This might actually yield affordability. If we forget about the character of the city and just upzone across the board, we might as well move back to Chicago, where our taxes are much less. If we don't preserve the character of these neighborhoods and corridors, we might destroy the reasons that brought a lot of us to move to Evanston in the first place.
Can I say something, or should we let public comment? I just kind of wanted to respond while people are here, but if
Well, I think we'll wait. Yeah,
I'm not allowed to.
I think we
Okay.
can wait and have that discussion.
That's why I just asked to confirm.
She's brand new, so.
I'm sorry. This is my second meeting.
Yeah.
This is
It's
my
her second
This is
meeting.
my second meeting on the commission.
And
I have, and it worked differently, actually. Yeah.
And everyone, I mean, I think it's okay to ask a clarifying question, but I think we're getting close to the end of the comment, and I have a couple of comments I'd like to make just generally. First of all, to remind everyone that we are not dealing with zoning provisions at this point, and the comprehensive plan is not going to be getting to the level of detail as to what lot sizes should be, or what the setback should be, or even what heights of buildings should be. That will be a separate process. I think, again, since we all saw the draft and the first version of the plan, as I said, it's hard to unring the bell, but I think we need to focus not on the first draft and how we got there, but on the draft before us, because there are plenty, there's plenty of work to be done on the draft that's before us. So thank you. And with that, Robert Ketting, followed by Jenny Washberg, and then finally Jack Weiss.
Hello, Robert Keating, 1320 Main Street, 9th Ward, speaking from Evanston Transit Alliance, a local transportation advocacy group with lots of other resident members. Land use policy and transportation go hand in hand. Evanston Transit Alliance supports the comprehensive plan's goals of increasing transit-oriented development, encouraging a diversified housing stock, including missing middle, lowered parking requirements, and developing a complete transportation network. A built environment that is people-focused with reduced car dependency will lead to lessened congestion, crashes, pollution, obesity, and carbon emissions. Infrastructure and policy solutions to increase density and improve active and public transit will create a more equitable, sustainable, and economically vibrant Evanston for all residents, present and future. We are excited to see our previous feedback from early engagement into the first draft clearly integrated, including specific callouts to dangerous arterials in need of protected bike lanes, the negative impact of limited service hours and frequencies that bus routes have on residents, and accessibility concerns for CTA rail stations, as well as the need for increased investment in parks and trail connections. We strongly support the transportation impact fee for new developments to fund active transit improvements, recommendation T 13.3 of Chapter 7, still present. This is extremely timely given today's U.S. Department of Transportation order seeking to delay grant funds for bicycle and multimodal projects. It is critical, therefore, to identify funding mechanisms like this to ensure we can continue to make our streets safer. We would suggest including language as well about analyzing an increase in rideshare fees by the city of Evanston, which could also act as a complementary localized funding source. Also, while the CTA's Yellow Line's lack of stations in Evanston gets a mention in Chapter 2, we would encourage T 1.1 or elsewhere in Chapter 7 to specifically support infill stations in South Evanston. Language around reducing parking minimums could be tightened up. Reducing can mean a phased approach too. T 7.1 and 7.2 suggest adding more bike racks in the public way, and we would like to consider verbiage to have developers provide more bike parking on site, and with consideration for e-bike charging as well. We see a conflict wherein Chapter 7 talks about improving pedestrian mobility, but doesn't tie in with the need for well-lit streets identified in Chapter 2. We can value aesthetics and tradition, but we also need safety, so at the very least, we should have modern lighting at intersections and crosswalks, specifically so drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians can see what's going on and avoid conflicts. Studies show how good street lighting has a huge impact on perceptions of safety, which is key to walkability. Overall, this second draft is much improved, exactly as you would expect from an iterative draft process such as this. Clearly, we continue to operate with needed urgency, but purpose in a positive and fruitful direction. When leafing through its pages, you truly get the sense that this is a document about Evanston, for Evanston, by Evanston, and we strongly support its goals for transportation and housing policy changes for our community's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Washburn.
Hi, everyone. Jenny Washburn, 807 Davis, First Ward. Lauren, welcome. I also want to thank you all for your hard work and your consideration of our concerns. Yeah, sorry. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. Affordable housing is important. The revised Envision Evanston 2045 plan lacks a clear strategy for achieving affordable housing. It emphasizes the need for more housing, but provides few specifics on how much or what type. It overlooks the opportunity to use the 3,200 vacant units in Evanston to address housing needs without increasing the city's carbon footprint. The plan aims to build new housing to accommodate 8,000 more residents, but given the current vacancy rate, this could be achieved without new construction. Concerns about public transit being inadequate for transit-oriented development, the elimination of single-family homes due to rezoning, and a lack of commitment to preserving green spaces further undermines the plan. The rush to finalize the plan without proper community input and the focus on increasing the property tax base rather than affordable housing are also problematic. I know BIS has put the city under immense pressure to pass this plan, but frankly, I don't care what BIS wants. He allocated almost $1 million in COVID relief on this plan. He could have subsidized housing. Instead, he spent, again, almost $1 million on a plan that told us to subsidize housing. Genius. This should be about what's best for residents. I urge you to take the time to do a thorough analysis, engage the key stakeholders, which are the residents of Evanston, do a risk assessment, implement iterative review with the public, and please put quality over speed regardless of who is in office. Thank you for your time.
And finally, Jack Weiss.
I'm so happy to be up here. I'm Jack Weiss. I'm Director Emeritus of Design Evanston. And George, I've lived here for 56 years, always in 60202, so I'm a proud member of 60202. Design Evanston submitted 3 pages of comments on the revised plan for your packet tonight. We recommend 2 areas of the revised plan need further attention. Not necessarily in order of importance, but number 1, there's a lack of uniformity in the way all the materials are presented. For example, a vision statement occurs only in Chapter 4 and none of the others. All chapters should include this feature or not. And secondly, policies and actions containing summary bullet points occur in half the chapters, but this feature should be included in all the chapters. More importantly, number 2, the term Design Review Committee occurs only once in the revised plan. This important concept deserves far more frequent references and a more detailed description. First, we would prefer the term Urban Design Commission, and references to it should be found in Chapter 1, Introduction, Chapter 5, Neighborhoods and Places, and Chapter 15, Implementation. Here's a brief summary of what we would like to see included in the revised plan. Chapter 1, Introduction, page 7. An Urban Design Commission should provide technical assistance and expert advice and advance all aspects of the comprehensive plan. Chapter 5, Neighborhoods and Places, page 38. This section should build capacity and facilitate implementation of the section's recommendations through creation of an Urban Design Commission. Chapter 5, Neighborhoods and Places, page 45. To ensure that the goals of this chapter can be met, an Urban Design Commission should be established. And we go on to point out the specifics in a list. Lastly, Chapter 15, Implementation, page 124. The importance of design cannot be overstated. Design affects nearly every aspect of our city's diverse population in every neighborhood. With an urban design commission in place, nearly every aspect of this comprehensive plan can be successfully realized. Thank you.
Can I ask Jack a question? And
No.
just because he's the last person. Jack, how does this Urban Design Commission, how is it different from the previous design review group that the council got rid of?
Previous design review, Spark and Dapper.
Dapper, yeah.
Were both city staff committees. They both were supposed to have design professionals on them, but I don't believe either really had. So there was no area there to comment on design aspects of any projects that they reviewed, on either of those two committees. But they were unofficial and they were non-legislative bodies.
Okay. And the other question is, instead of having a separate step in the PD process or whatever it is that would involve this group, an additional group, do you think it would be adequate to have the people that might be on this group to speak to us or the council or the P&D committee without having a separate step?
I'm not sure.
Do you know what I'm asking? I'm asking if having you speak or others speak to this group or the council on architectural aesthetic issues for any project, do you think that would be adequate or not?
And not a commission, not a separate
Not a
commission?
commission, yeah.
No, I don't believe so. In fact, I've mentioned before, your commission has tried to deal with design issues in the past, like the Masonic Temple, for example, the chairlift, a number of other issues, the signage on the Chase Bank building you struggled with. So this commission would have design experts on it and be able to address issues like that, that I don't think exists currently.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have on the sign-up sheet. Is there anyone here who would like to say something at this point? Oh, come on up and introduce yourself, and so I can add you to my list.
Yep, I had signed up earlier, so.
Oh, what's your name?
John Story Williamson. All right, my name is John Story Williamson. I am an Evanston native and lifelong resident of 31 years as of this past Friday. I live in the 3rd Ward in the 800 block of Sheridan Road. I'm here to voice my concerned opposition to Envision Evanston 2045. I participated in last year's engagement process and was appalled by the draft released in November. Even with revisions, Envision does not reflect my perspective as an Evanston homeowner, but instead pushes an ideological agenda to eliminate single-family zoning and increase density without credible evidence that this will lower housing costs. Evanston has already undergone radical change in my lifetime. We were once told high-density projects would ensure fiscal sustainability, yet the property taxes at my address have more than tripled since 1995, with few improvements, and the taxing body's finances remain a perennial challenge. Envision says so little about homeownership that you can only conclude that its authors view it as a lost cause. As a real estate professional, I reject the claim that Evanston lacks housing diversity. Within a block of my home, you'll find rentals from $1,100, the coach house my next door neighbors rent out, to a $1,700 apartment that I rented personally to a client just a block away in a building that was formerly owned by the Wirtz family, to multi-million-dollar lakefront properties like MLB pitcher Yu Darvish's home. True diversity that contradicts the missing middle narrative. I urge the Commission to listen to residents and allow us to craft a plan that serves Evanstonians, not ideological and special interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Have one more? Oh, all right.
I'm Jane McCarthy. I live in the 7th Ward, 2130 Harrison, for 31 years. Our existing housing stock is one of our biggest assets. We need to make sure owners can maintain their homes, condos, or apartment buildings easily. The plan mentions supporting new buildings and new businesses a lot, but we have wonderful older homes that tend to be more affordable than anything new that is built. They need electrical upgrades, plumbing upgrades, and ongoing general maintenance. This usually requires permits and inspections, which from my experience has been unnecessarily difficult. I upgraded my electric panel about a year and a half ago, and the requirements seem to change every time something was inspected. The electrician will probably choose not to work in Evanston anymore, considering the money he lost on the job. He said other towns are not nearly as difficult. And I do know architects and general contractors are always frustrated with getting permits, getting answers, getting to a desk, talking to people. The plan should call for improving this process to allow people to maintain their properties more easily. I'm not sure what chapter that is in, but I think that's an important part of keeping our existing housing stock affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Oh, one more.
Hi, my name is Sue Greger, and I live in 60201. And, you know, I didn't really understand what this was all about. I've lived in Evanston for 10 years. And I moved here because of its diversity, and I live in the 2nd Ward, so I live in a nice, diverse neighborhood. And I am personally very concerned about the fact that Mayor Biss is pushing this to be implemented quickly without really every Evanstonian's approval or actually really liking this. I look at it as a political move, and to me, it looks more like a dictator like we have in the White House than it is a regular person, and nobody voted for a dictator. And I certainly don't trust that anything is going to be affordable. I really don't. And I know you don't mention zoning, but I'm kind of petrified. If you label a single family house, every house in Evanston as commercial or whatever that zoning is, that all of a sudden the developers, who are probably his donors, are coming in and saying, boom, I want that block. And I have no say in it. And then I'm out. And then I have no choice. That I can't sell, that I have to sell my house and I have to be displaced. And I didn't move here. I'm not wealthy like a lot of people. I didn't move here 10 years ago to be thrown out or tell me to go someplace else because they want my block. So that's very concerning for me. And that's all I have to say.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do I have everyone? All right, in that case, I think we'll stop public testimony for this evening, and the next intent is to allow the commission to start going through the first few chapters to identify changes or issues that we have, probably concern, things that we've heard, either read in the packet about suggested changes and revisions, and start getting some feedback. Would you like to start?
Before we dig in,
I'm sorry, maybe you're going to say the same thing. I was just going to say, could you ask if any of us, because I have some general comments I'd like to say before we get into page one.
And I think that the intent is really not to try to really focus on more general comments for the chapters rather than do a line by line edit. The intent is to try to give staff some direction as to what we've heard that we feel would be need to change, and try to get through as much as we can, because as I said, we were going to have cases coming up, so we need to get to a point where staff can consolidate changes and edits that are going to be needed for the revised document. And I think that, again, I want to reiterate that we're not talking about policies or objectives that really focus on zoning change. That will be a whole different process. I think it's also really important that this plan is not just about housing and land use. There are a lot of other components to the plan, and it's going to be a little bit, a comprehensive plan is intended to be visionary. It's intended to be general, but it's intended also to provide some direction and community input. So there are certain suggestions that have been made about, for example, some specific recommendations about housing and direction and affordable housing that are probably best addressed in a strategic housing plan, which is one of the policy recommendations later in that chapter. And so there are some specifics that are probably too specific for this plan. And I'm sure that staff will be keeping notes on what some of those are so that can help inform those processes when they happen. So is that kind of, so I think that the intent, especially this evening, is to try to keep it a little bit general. And as I said, please keep your comments coming on specific sections of the plan, because we'll go through, and I'm sure that there will be things that come to us in our packets that will deal with early chapters that we'll see in the coming weeks. So we'll have to work through how to handle those as well. Okay, now.
Okay, I know I may not be the most popular member of this commission, so I'm just going to double down on that. What I was going to say was that there were two themes I heard in public comment I wanted to respond to. One was a lot of people seem to get the sense that if they don't agree with the plan, they're bad people. And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry you feel that way. I think we all have strong emotions. I feel like I'm a bad person when I take a different position. So, you shouldn't feel that way. You should absolutely be voicing your opinion. We don't have to all agree. It's just a question of what we all prioritize. So sincerely, that's too bad. I hope you don't feel that way. The other thing I wanted to say, and you can choose not to believe me, but people keep saying this, so I'm just going to keep saying it back. And my colleague and we may disagree on how much is needed, but fundamentally, in the single family side, on the homeownership side, there's this concept of it's a buyer's market or it's a seller's market, which I think is something you're familiar with, right? If it's a buyer's market, that means there's more houses for sale. So buyers are probably able to get the house at a little bit of a lower price because a lot of people are looking to sell. If it's a seller's market, there are fewer houses to sell available, and buyers are going to have to pay more for those houses. So that concept applied on the rental side is why people say density can lead to affordability, right? Maybe it's at a scale we're not going to take on. That's a different question. But just in terms of the fundamental economics of the rental market, also called the multifamily market, if you have more apartments, then the price can come down on them because the tenants are not as desperate. They have a little bit more power. If there's fewer apartments, the price tends to be higher. So I just want to clarify that that's the thinking behind why density.
How do you explain, can I ask a question of you? How do you explain the fact that we've had, hundreds of new apartments built in the last 10 years, and yet the price is not going down?
Because the price of land is very high, because land is so limited. And that's why people support zoning reform, is because if you can unlock more land, you can bring down the cost and developers can then build something. I mean, I'm not a developer. I don't work for developers. At some point, we're going to hit the limit of my understanding of multi-finance development. I just want to clarify, that's the general thinking behind why you would build more housing.
I think you're right, but the situation in Chicago, in Evanston, is that we are just about as dense as Chicago. If we were a city like Austin, Texas, you brought that up. Austin, Texas is half the density of Evanston.
And that makes
so
you the decision.
Therefore, it's easier to build less expensive housing out in the middle of nowhere where construction costs are cheaper. Evanston is different. Evanston is the question is, why are we asking for more density when we are just about as dense as Chicago already? That's what people are asking.
Yeah, and that may be, the decision may be that the town doesn't want more density. And that may be where we land. All I'm saying is the research, this is what's behind that idea. And maybe Evanston doesn't want any more people in it, right? Plenty of people are saying that. I'm just trying to clarify the philosophy because a lot of people are saying it's just not true. But that's just the economics of it. That's all. I'm just trying to explain, right? Like why, I mean, I'm not trying to be
What?
Why is it when I say something, it's a lecture? And when someone else says something, it's a comment?
Let's.
Yeah.
Let's,
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to.
I think that it's important that, to realize that, as commissioners, we're all up providing the expertise that we have. And, and there are going to be different perspectives, even among members of the commission, just like there are different perspectives of, folks in the audience. And all of those perspectives are very valid. And I think that we, need to kind of move forward. And I think at this point, we've heard from those of you who wanted to address the commission. Again, written comments are really helpful to the discussion and moving forward. And I think we should kind of move on with the discussion at this point.
I just want to just toss in one comment, and that is everybody in this room is here because they hold this town in the highest of regard. Everybody, us here, you there, everyone that comes and goes, the people that come to Evanston looking to rent or buy, they're coming for that reason. They hold this town in high regard. And what happens when a town like this is held in high regard is you get a larger amount of people who want to be here. And that demand plays a role in price. And all I want to say is that when we talk about trying to figure out how to make things affordable, we have to recognize the fact that this specter of big demand that makes this town special is an ongoing thing that's going to be part of the equation all the time. And we just have to balance that into our thinking. That's all I have.
Okay.
I think one of the, excuse me if I can make another comment. I think one of the problems that we're all having is that for some reason, I personally feel that the comp plan that we got was sort of an off-the-shelf comp plan that didn't really apply directly to Evanston, and we're still dealing with that in the comp plan right now. So I think what our effort should be is make it much more specific to Evanston neighborhoods, even communities within that neighborhoods, in those neighborhoods. I listened to the candidates for 6th and 7th Ward the other night speak, and Tom Suffredin said something that I thought was very appropriate for us going forward. He said, we should focus on doing fewer things better rather than doing more things. And if you think about what I think the problems have been in Evanston is that we focus on catchwords. We focus on big plans. And then what happens to those big plans? Nothing. So this is an opportunity for us to dive deep into the neighborhoods and say, okay, this intersection, this is the level I'm talking about. This intersection may be appropriate for a higher density, but not the way the plan reads now. Is it's sweeping. It's everywhere that's R1, everywhere that's this, everywhere. In fact, every zoning classification well, I'm speaking of zoning now, I'm sorry, but every has been upgraded. And I think that's what has got everybody's feathers all ruffled. And we're not arguing about affordable housing. I wish that someone would stop saying that density equals affordability, because it frankly does not. And we have had experts upon experts upon experts speak to us and tell us that. So let's talk about really how you get to affordability. Let's talk about the details of how you do that, which is not in this plan yet. But those are the things, and that goes all under the heading of, using a scalpel. I apologize, I'm quoting someone who we don't respect, but using a scalpel versus a sledgehammer. Right now, we're using a sledgehammer, and I think a scalpel is more appropriate. So that's my general comment.
I'm going to push back a little bit, and then I want to hear from this end of the table, because I know there are commissioners who have things to say. And I want to say, the comprehensive plan is not designed to get to the level of detail as to what land use happens at a particular intersection. And if you look, the future land use plan is in the current document is a, really very general, it's not specific to zoning. It doesn't say we're supposed to have multifamily and height in this particular neighborhood. It's residential versus commercial. They're much broader land use categories. And you are correct that when we get to zoning, it's going to be a neighborhood by neighborhood, block by block kind of analysis. So there needs to be a level of analysis for the zoning that's much more in-depth than is required for the comprehensive plan policies, I believe.
I'm not talking about specific zoning. I'm talking about emphasis. The plan currently talks about corridors and centers.
Actually, we've taken that out. That was in the first draft.
No, that's still in there.
There's some discussion.
It's still in there.
But
My point is, I don't even know where those corridors and centers are, but I think that it is a good idea generally in the plan, at the level of the plan, to not be so broad brush. Otherwise, to me, it's meaningless. It's a standard plan that could be any city in the U.S. So.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I wanted to add one other item for thought with this discussion about affordability.
Right.
But just to follow up on what was said down by that, my commissioners down at that end of the table, that affordability, we also should remember that, urban economics research shows that housing costs are driven as well by desirability, right? We heard that. A little bit about demand for certain types of housing and certain types of housing tenure, the rental market versus the homeowner market, multifamily versus single family, but also prevailing wages. And so housing costs are expensive on the North Shore because high-paying jobs exist in this area. Housing costs are very expensive in places like San Francisco and Manhattan, and they're cheaper in places like Atlanta because the jobs pay more in those areas, in those metropolitan labor markets. So this affordability crisis is a problem that is driven by certain aspects that the broad community would consider to be good problems to have. We have high desirability. We have a high concentration of high-paying jobs that are relevant for this economy in the local area. And so this is a regional issue. This is not a municipal issue. The costs of housing increases outstripping inflation is a national and international issue. And so I just wanted to add that that additional context, just so that we have that going forward in our minds and demonstrate to the community that we understand and hear what both sides are saying. But this is not something, driving down the cost of housing in Evanston is not something that, unfortunately, we are not powerful enough to do that, us nine. And I'll also mention that I do have specific comments about the chapters if you wanted to,
Yes.
however you wanted to handle that.
Yes, I think we're ready to start going through that. So I think on that note, do you have anything on chapter 1, the introduction?
Sure, I'll go first. Chapter 1, I have some little wordsmithing edits that I think would be better submitted in writing.
Okay.
But I did want to mention that in paragraph 4, it's the chapter 1, paragraph 4. It's the paragraph that starts with envision Evanston 2045 as a community-driven process that will lead to a new comprehensive plan and zoning code. And then in the next sentence, it lists out. Let's see here. it makes a list of key issues, and I recommend that that list of key issues match the chapter names, or that the chapter names be modified to match that list of key issues. Because I'm reading some of these key issues, and immediately I think to myself, and maybe this is, I don't know, indicative of the types of things that I read for work, but I'm like, okay, great. There's going to be a chapter called land uses, a chapter called community assets, a chapter called infrastructure, transportation, environment, so on and so forth. And then I go to the table of contents, and that's kind of the chapter list, but they don't match. So it's just a kind of introduction structure type of suggestion to make that. And I have instances of that in other parts of the plan.
Yeah,
where
and that's kind of the hard part of trying to figure out how to go through this document in a constructive manner for staff.
Right.
And also really, recognize, Commissioner Mangum.
Hi. Just a follow up to Commissioner Johnson's comment. If they aren't made into specific chapters, maybe there can be in parentheses the page where you can find more information on that list.
Okay. I didn't pick up on that particular thing, but I know that later when we, it gets into kind of the metrics and the discussion about those, they seem to go with, you've got equity and you've got terms and values that I don't think were identified as goals specifically. So some of these words like racial equity, that comes into the document and other kinds of metrics. And I agree, they're not really well coordinated. So and I'm not quite so there's an issue there. I mean, I have a couple of little, things. I think, for example, we don't have a housing crisis of 2008. We had a global financial meltdown of the world. So I think, it did lead to a foreclosure crisis and a bunch of other things. But I think that's kind of, that's nitpicky and but important. Does anyone else have? I have one other thing on the.
Can I add something?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I will join Commissioner Johnson. I will suggest certain, let's call it general things about the structure of the comprehensive plan. He's right, and I have this in my notes. It's good to have, and I would accept the organizational structure of the content to be followed throughout the whole document. Because once again, sometimes we see one name or name of the chapter, which is, for instance, housing. In other places, it's called healthy living. In other places, it's called something different. This should be one and the same naming, one and the same, I call it organizational structure in all the chapter in the whole document. This will make it easy to understand what it is about. And then when you make goals and policies, it is clear that these are goals and policies for this chapter, for this thing that was discussed before, and so on. The other thing is, I mentioned it last time, we should make it more, we should make it shorter, concise, but with stronger statements. There are plenty of, I call them vague policies and statements, because they're kind of, for me, it's just filling the space, but they do not bring anything of a value in the document. This also relates to many of the things that some of the speakers said. It still lacks a kind of a data-driven proof of the statements. I still find that the data in the tables at the end of the document do not always correspond to the policies and the goals that are in the document. It's not only about density and population, it's about many other things. Now I'm telling this in general because I don't want to go into the specifics, but it's good to have really a data-driven approach to everything, because this will bring the proof that our statements and our policies and goals are correct. Otherwise, we're going to wishes, assumptions, but this is not the data-driven approach. And then the last thing that I want to mention, it is in one of the chapters, and I always say that, and many of once again, the speakers mention that, one of the best things that Evanston has is the lake. And the lake is, I would say, a little bit mentioned here and there. I think that it deserves more attention in the parks, in the places, because this is something that is one of the best features of Evanston. Just a note. Thank you.
Down at this end?
I mean, I just had only one thing here that I was looking at when we were talking about a little wordsmithing, and it says that addressing key areas such as land use, racial equity, affordable housing, cultures, art. We don't talk about enterprise. We don't talk about strengthening. You know, we were listening about all the things that are problematic in the downtown business corridor, and and that's not even identified as part of our plan or things that we need to do to emphasize improving that situation. So I would just either identify that or just say not limited to. I mean, just identify the fact that there's more to what we're doing here than just the few things that were mentioned in the opening paragraph. But that's all.
Got a couple things. In the first paragraph, maybe this is a pet peeve of mine, but where it says outlines the vision, goals, policies, and actions for a city's, I think growth is frankly too one-sided. I would change growth to future for the city's future, because growth, no growth, you know, whatever.
Evolution?
That's in the first paragraph. Throughout, in the second paragraph, it talks about aligns with the community's values and needs. This word needs appears throughout this document, and I don't know, it's never defined. I don't know what a community's needs are, but it's referred to a lot. So either be more specific or change the word, because I think I don't understand what needs are. I also don't, and this needs to be defined, racial equity. I don't know what that means. You know, either define it or don't use it. So those are my comments.
Okay. All right. I've got one, and it's kind of the planner in me. When I was in planning school, we started with vision, goals, objectives, policies, and actions. And if you look at our more recent plans that we've had, they focus on, you know, goals, objectives, which is kind of what you're trying to accomplish, and policies, you know, and they all kind of stopped. So you never really knew what the actions are. So I think this plan is a really good improvement, you know, because it focuses on policies and actions. But in some of the chapters, and I think that it should be highlighted, what is it we're trying to accomplish in each of these chapters? What's our overall objective? In some of the chapters, it's pretty clear. I mean, if you look at the transportation chapter, and it says, we're trying to create a holistic multimodal transportation system. So you know and so all of the policies are aligned toward that. But with respect to land use and you know, the kind of some of the others, it's kind of hard to know what it is we're trying to accomplish with the various policies. I don't have necessarily a problem with the policy statements or the actions either, but I think we ought to be very clear-eyed as to, in the narrative as to what we're trying to accomplish. And I think, you know, just graphically in the document, it would be really nice that if you could kind of call out these are our objectives in this topic area. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I do want to add something. Mr. Halleck kind of mentioned his comment about the city's future rather than the city or town's growth. One wordsmithing suggestion that I would strongly advocate for, in that very first sentence, a comprehensive plan is a long-term planning document that broadly outlines the consensus vision, goals, policies, and actions for a city's future. Plan serves as a general guide for future development and decision-making related to land use, blah, 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 blah. Because a comprehensive plan is supposed to be, and we've mentioned this word several times before in this body, it's supposed to be general. It's not supposed to be about how we're going to zone this block or that block. We're going to deal with that later, much later when the time is right. But it is a general trajectory for the city, for the future. And that general trajectory, there is great disagreement, strident disagreement about, is that trajectory growth or not growth? So let's call it future, because, right, we can all agree that we're planning for Evanston's future, right? I think that's a consensus statement, right? I'm not going to take a vote, but so if we frame the language in the introduction of the plan to more accurately reflect what a comprehensive plan is, it's a general vision for the future of a city based on the consensus values of the community. I think that's a better way to go about this, and I think that sets a better tone for the rest of the document, and really does a better job of achieving what we're trying to achieve, is putting forth this consensus vision of what our community wants Evanston to be, broadly speaking, generally speaking, 20 years from now.
All right. Yep.
I have a question. Do we need to identify in this introduction the notion that this plan is flexible? That there's a flexibility to it, that our thinking will evolve, so therefore the plan would have to be accommodative to evolved thinking? Because we're trying to, say our best words, and I'm just wondering if we really can say our best words, because we don't necessarily know what those words might be in 5 or 7 years. So do we need to discuss that in that context of saying something like, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
I think that flexibility is an important part of a comprehensive plan. And I also think it's important to recognize that there are a lot of details, the whole issue of what our housing strategy ought to be moving forward, that will evolve as part of another planning process, really, to do a strategic plan. And I think we have to remember also that there's a difference between a comprehensive plan, which is broad, aspirational, and tries to hit on all the important aspects of the community, the values that Evanston residents want to preserve, versus a strategic plan that is really trying to achieve a specific objective with more measurable outcomes and targets and strategies for achieving those. So it's my thought.
Yeah.
I think, have we pretty much exhausted this chapter? Staff.
Well, this page, you mean?
This chapter was only 1 page long.
Oh, okay.
And I guess the question for staff is, does this give you enough direction to move forward?
It's 2 pages long, actually, so I had it. And this is jumping ahead a little bit, but when the last section, when it talks about using and updating the plan, it just says annual evaluation, and that's fine. But I'm just giving everybody a heads up. I have a lot of questions on this implementation chapter. It's very vague, and I think it needs a lot more detail. So that's coming up when we get to it. But
okay. All right.
Just one more thought. I really agreed with a lot of what you said. I like the suggestion to broaden, and I like the idea for future instead of growth. The only thing that gives me pause is introducing the word consensus, because I'm just concerned like, we're not hearing anything that is whatever the adjective, like, people want totally different things. And I'm just concerned about promising consensus, which I understand to apply, like, everyone's gonna agree. If people feel comfortable putting that in print, it's just, I think we're really coming from a place of good faith, trying to be transparent with the community about, about this process. And I think, as we discussed the last time, like, we're just hearing wildly different feedback. So, I paused to put it in print.
That's a really good point. Let's say consensus. I do like consensus, the term, because something like we heard about the lakefront. The lakefront is a core characteristic that makes Evanston special, right? Lakefront needs to be enhanced and improved. Definitely consensus, right? Again, I'm not going to take a vote, but we're probably safe on saying that. Promote housing affordability. That I think we do have consensus. We have great disagreement on how to do that. So having language in the plan that says, the city endeavors, our community endeavors to promote housing at a wide variety of price points for a wide variety of dwelling types, for a variety of housing tenures, owners, renters, et cetera. I think everybody that's been to these meetings would say, yes. Now, how we do it, that's not the consensus thing. But just, so that's what I'm saying, broaden. That's just an example of how to broaden it to present this consensus. We want, affordability. And then how we do it, the nuts and bolts of that, we've heard, is we don't have great agreement around that. And so that's why I'm advocating for to kind of frame it that way.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say, I agree with that in theory. I think we already have a lot of that vague language and it's already, and the devil will be in the details in the zoning code for sure. But there's already sort of a lack of agreement based on this broader idea of affordability and this broader idea of housing at different, price points, all the things you said. So if people feel comfortable that we aren't overpromising with the introduction of the word consensus, then by all means, it's a great thing to aspire to. I'm just concerned that we're just then going to hear from people that it said we would have a plan that has consensus. And so I'm concerned.
I'll tell you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that after a year of listening to people and having people come every week and speak, if this product ends up so general that it could be applied to basically any city, I think we've failed. And so, reaching consensus, I mean, the word consensus to me isn't when the Senate and the House agree on something, don't they come to consensus, or is that not the right word? I thought that was coming to some sort of a median point where, you would, not everybody's happy maybe, but it's a consensus. That's how I define the word. So I'm okay with the word consensus personally, but I'm telling you, if the thrust of what we're doing is headed toward making everything so general that it doesn't mean anything, then I think we're wasting our time.
This is just an introduction chapter. I mean, we can apply consensus and apply transparency. And now you have, because I think one of the issues that I've heard isn't lack of consensus, lack of transparency. I think those are being confused, where people feel like, oh, this is happening and we didn't hear about it. And so the lack of transparency is like, well, you're not hearing us, so there is no consensus. Whereas there is going to be a consensus, whether you may like the result or not. There will be a consensus, but there needs to be a transparency. And I think that the goal for this plan for the next 20 years is to keep that in mind, because whatever comes from this plan, someone's going to be happy and someone's not going to be happy. So what we need to try to do is, when we talk about flexibility and transparency and consensus, it's saying that we're not like boxing ourselves in, that we have the ability to move about and do things as a city as the community calls us to. So I think that introduction should kind of encompass that without it necessarily I wouldn't worry about, for example, us being homogenizing this. I mean, I think some very vague things in the introduction are appropriate. When you dive deeper into these specific topics like housing or parks and recreation, those things need to be more Evanston-centric, but the introduction can be.
No, I'm not talking about the introduction.
Yeah, okay, all right.
And I think, again, it's important to recognize that there may be chapters where, we outline and we identify that there are conflicts at this point in time. Over the next 5 years, it may be possible to build consensus around a particular idea. So, the plan is going to evolve over time. And I think that it's one of the things that this plan can do, especially in the introductory chapters, is to identify kind of, where we are today, what are the trends that we're going to have to be, concerned about in the future. And, what in a broad sense, what information do we need to, to establish kind of Evanston as it is today, because there's a problem in adding data. I mean, it's important to have some baseline data, but you can get really into the weeds that I don't think is going to be helpful for this document. But when you get into zoning, it's very, very important. Or even housing, even doing the strategic housing plan, you have to know what it is you're trying to accomplish, and you have to have the data to support it. But I don't know that we need to have that level of data in the plan. And we have to have, I have identified a few more pieces of data that I think would be very helpful. I'm sure others have thoughts as well. But, I think we have to, again, be constant. We don't want this to be a 500-page plan. There is some concern about whether or not it's too long, at this point. I'm comfortable with its length, but I can see very easily how it could be expanded for, exponentially. And I don't think that's helpful for articulating the vision and the values of Evanston. So that being said, is chapter 2? Do we have enough, have we provided you with enough kind of insight to go forward? Need anything else or have any questions for us?
Yeah, thank you. And that's part of the response to that. Yes, it's good general direction tonight, but of course we've sent the Word document of the plan to all of you all, and we're certainly looking for inline edits, red lines that you want to send to us as well from your own perspective. And yes, you would send those to Megan.
And I am being a bit of a Luddite. I will have hard copy edits if that's acceptable.
The problem with, I know we talked about the Word document as being helpful, but the problem is that I realize is that some of these comments that we see or as individuals, we want to debate. We want to bring it up. And so to just send you a Word document and say, okay, edit, do this, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah,
So-
and thank you. And Chair and members of the commission, you're certainly in this discussion welcome to bring up any. If you want to suggest a line edit for debate, I think that's an appropriate thing to bring in front of the group.
I was just going to add as well, it is our intention with those red line documents to share that out with the commission and the public. So it's not like it's going to be in a vacuum, them coming just to staff and never being rehashed and discussed. One of the reasons why we find this a valuable exercise for the commission to go through is so that staff can take all of those collective comments, find if there are commonalities amongst the commission, and then actually propose some alternative language for you all as this moves forward. So it's really an important exercise, and I encourage you all to do it so that we can come back to you and provide you with what all of your commissioners have said, and then you can have the debate about which direction you'd like to go.
The other thing that's going on, and I apologize to people like Jeff Smith, who gave us, and we just got it right before the meeting, of very detailed comments on basically every paragraph. We're not going to be able, Jeff, to address those today because we haven't even read it, and it's quite detailed. So I don't know whether in that case, how do those comments or others get vetted by us? Do we go back to chapter 1 the next meeting and talk about the information we just got from the residents today? I don't know how that gets inputted and debated.
I think that is what we discussed at our last meeting. We would be taking in all of the comments and presenting a actual changes to the commission for you to debate. So we will be taking in all of the comments from community members in addition to comments from the commission. We'll be putting that into a summary document for the Land Use Commission's consideration in April. So again, this is an exercise for us to collect further feedback from the community and from the commission so that we can have a holistic picture to bring back to you all to then debate.
With all the different comments, though, on a single subject, for example, this is maybe too cartoonish, but it's to say, Evanston wants to do A, B, C, and A is my comment, B is Jeff Smith's comments, C is Gene's comment, and then we just decide. I don't know how that works.
No, I think the intention would be for staff to take all of those collective comments in and try to draft an alternative to what is currently in the draft for your consideration. So no, we're not going to ask you to debate Jeff's comment versus someone else's comment.
Multiple choice.
Yeah. No, I don't think that would be a productive use of our time.
Okay.
But it's really to identify these areas where there's commonality or consensus, if we will, around things that need to change potentially in the draft. Again, not everyone will see every single comment that they've made show up in the next iteration of this. And I think it's really important, as the chair has pointed out, that we have to hear from everybody and understand what everyone's perspective is, and then try to move forward and make the best informed recommendation on that information.
So when you give us a summary, when you give us a summary of the information, are you going to be able to say that, let's just as an example, let's say that we're talking about 4 flats in R1, okay?
We're not going to get to that level of detail.
Okay, that's true. Let's just say it's anything, okay? It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the topic is. What I was trying to get at is the source. So if you have, 100 people or 500 citizens saying, this is really important to us, are we going to know that is from them versus the dialogue that we had up here? Like, would we be able to know where this is coming from? Because it's really important, if we're getting a compelling message from out there, that's a very important component for us to have, I think.
Thank you for that feedback. I think that the thing, especially as someone who is new to the city team, I've taken it upon myself to do some due diligence and digging back in the past year and then some in terms of who is reiterating and referencing certain points of knowledge. And Megan and I have been speaking quite a bit about how we will approach this as well. But I think what we intend to do is scrub through all of the meetings that we've seen, all the comments we've received online, all of our written public comments. We intend to identify those themes, but also give you a progressive timeline of what we've seen at what time during this process, and then allow you to have the conversation amongst yourselves, weighing what you're seeing from public comment, what you're seeing from your fellow commissioners, what maybe you've heard from staff or seen in the 2 drafts. So we anticipate to do, for lack of a better word, a comprehensive analysis to present to you.
Okay, as a follow-up to that, because I kind of fell for it when I brought up zoning. There's been a lot of zoning talk. Are you going to take all that out in April and reserve that for afterwards?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Anytime.
So if I'm understanding the process correctly, it leads me to wonder, is there, and maybe this has been announced, I didn't hear it, is there like a deadline we want the public comments from the public? Because my concern, April 4th.
April 4th.
Okay, and that's known, right?
We just announced it tonight.
Okay, we
But
should keep publicizing that, because it would be a shame for people to submit something later and we're like, well, we can't go back to chapter what, right? Like, we're just going to keep rolling ourselves in circles if we don't have a deadline. So, okay, April 4th.
And is the deadline for our comments this Friday? So it's shifted
Everybody is April 4th.
because the email says March 14th. So
Yes.
I'm asking. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So April 4th for public, and actually the boards and commissions that were involved in providing comment for the first draft, they've been asked to submit their comments by April 4th as well. So presumably, at the end of the day on April 4th, staff will have a consolidated set of comments to start working with.
Correct. Thank you, Chair.
And I'm hopeful, if there are consensus on things that, like data that we believe are, necessary, if we can identify those in the next couple of meetings, then that's something that staff can be working with. Okay, so are we ready to go on to chapter 2? All right, yes.
So this is a comment about chapter 2. It's also a follow-up suggestion, maybe that would address the process here. So Commissioner Mabadi said, how do we know who made what comment? And I think that's important. Thank you for bringing that up. Chapter 2, the What We Heard chapter, broad conceptually, it's laid out that feedback was requested in this manner, and it was like surveys, and then feedback was requested in this manner, and then it was some results of that, and then feedback was requested in this manner, and then some results of that, and then we're getting lots of feedback now, last week, 2 weeks ago, et cetera, et cetera. And so the way I read it, it was hard to follow. And I understand why it was written that way, kind of going chronologically through the process. But it was almost disjointed in the sense that this subset of respondees who responded to a survey wanted these things. And then the people that went to a focus group wanted these things. Some of these things overlapped with these things, but not all. And then there was, I don't know, whatever else, ward meetings. And the people in the ward meetings, and this is how many people went to the ward meetings, and they wanted these things. And that Venn diagram overlapped a little bit, but not completely. And then we've certainly heard from these meetings, which this is good public feedback, we're hearing different things. And so I'm just wondering if it's possible, and a suggestion, and I know you all have done tremendous work on this, but restructuring chapter 2, What We Heard, presenting it, the start, this is what we heard. Like, these are the themes that we heard from the community in general. These are the things we heard. And then at the end of the chapter, it's, this is the way we collected that input. We had focus groups, we had survey, we had ward meetings, we had whatever. Megan at the farmer's market, asking people that nice picture in there, we had all these activities, but in my mind, it's presented kind of upside down. It's more about the method of data collection, and the chapter's called What We Heard. I mean, people want to know, like, what were the results? What was the outcome? Like, what were the things that the community wanted? And I think a lot of that gets lost in the process by which we collected the information. Does that make sense? Because and kind of a corollary question to that is, for better or worse, a lot of people started engaging with this process after the
draft came out.
Yes, after the draft came out. And so the What We Heard really needs to incorporate all of this that we're hearing and all of this. And I know that's a big job, but to say what we heard, that chapter, and the stuff that's going to go in print, that's going to guide the city for the next 20 years, if we say what we heard, like, it's only the stuff before the draft came out. I don't think that makes for a really, I think the project would be much stronger if it encompassed, everything. So reorganize, kind of turn the chapter upside down, and then also, what we heard, include the stuff that we are hearing and people are submitting now, would be my two suggestions.
I totally agree. And I think the other issue is that even though we've asked several times, we have yet to get any data on what we heard prior to the first draft of the comp plan. The only information that we've gotten is since the comp plan was issued, either in letters to the staff or presentations to us personally. So that's another reason to not to put any emphasis, frankly, and that's what you're suggesting, right, Brian? That on the prior to the comp plan, the input is kind of irrelevant. Because people, I also don't even know what, I understand there were a lot of sticky notes, but I don't know that they were very specific. And we just don't know. We have not seen any, correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't seen any data on people's comments prior to the comp plan. The other question I had, because I do like your idea, is when we do get this list of comments after the comp plan, how do you weight them? In other words, if 100 people said one thing and 2 people said the opposite, how do we know that? There should be some way, because you do have that information. In fact, here's comprehensive plan survey responses. I went through all of those for a specific reason, which I won't get into, but it's clearly the comments on one issue are clearly weighted in one direction, and yet if you just list those opposites, you would never know that. So that's what I'm saying. I totally like your idea. Focus on post-comp plan draft and give us some weighted numbers. So many people said this, so many people said this.
I think the other issue that I kind of have, I agree with Commissioner Johnson. This starts out with what the initial process was supposed to be in terms of, the lived experience, the engagement with the meeting in the box, and then you get to the vision, and you have the focus groups, and then there's nothing until there is the draft plan. And there was the survey with opportunities for people to comment on the initial plan draft. And obviously you've got lots of comments on zoning as well. But in my reading, I'm delighted that you guys are going to go through and look at the meetings and what happened, because I think that's really important, because when I read through, especially, in terms of the survey on the initial draft plan and kind of some of the feedback we're hearing, we've been hearing, my take was very different than what is in this document. And I did kind of, at least on the survey, and it's not complete, because what was in our survey packet, it left out the chapter on the environment. So I don't know what the survey results were. I mean, it was pulled together because at the time we were trying to madly get a comprehensive plan done, and staff, was compiling survey results and information from the public. So it's not unreasonable that something got missed. But I think it's really important that you do that exercise, because one of the issues that I think we need to do is to make sure that the public can reflect what they said. Those packets are out there. They're hundreds of pages, so I don't envy you your job of comments, but there were some common themes, and I'm not certain that it's helpful to talk about the 5-phase process, because that's not exactly how the process is unfolding at this point. I mean, it kind of is, but I'm not sure that the original phases of the work plan are necessarily relevant to the current plan product. I mean, I think that the lived experience and engaging people, that's important. And I think it might be useful, if not in the plan doc, in the text, but maybe in the appendix. If, for example, what were the meeting in the box questions? What were people being asked to respond to? Just because I'm sure there was a script. I'm sure there was, instructions, and there probably were specific things that residents were asked to provide feedback on that I'm assuming went into the creation of the vision, and identifying some of the issues that the plan needed to address. I think when we get to the plan, and I think when you're talking about the different kinds of events, it would be helpful to kind of try to get them into some sort of kind of chronological order. So I'm not sure that the visioning workshop is quite in the right place. I don't have any particular, problem with the language. There are only a couple of things that I do have. I do have, with respect to the development scenario workshop, for example, I know a number of people, in this room were invited to that. I don't know that we came to any consensus. We reviewed, development scenarios. We had specific comments, but, I don't believe that there was a consensus reached. And there certainly isn't anything in this plan to just because of the nature of the plan, to outline kind of, what the development conclusions looked like. And quite frankly, I don't think they need to be in this plan, because they were much more focused on zoning issues as opposed to land use issues. So that's one comment. And I think that it does make sense, and I'm not sure that it's entirely, we're getting more and more feedback, but I did like the engagement, feedback on the neighborhoods and places on the chapters of the plan. And I think that may be, I think that's going to what Commissioner Johnson was talking about, give us the conclusions for what we've heard about all the chapters. Commissioner Marichov.
I would suggest a little bit more, once again, shorter approach to this chapter. Can we simply summarize all the things in a simple table that follows the structure of the plan, like it is in the table of contents, for instance, neighborhood and places, community systems, and so on, so on. There, I believe, 7 or 8 chapters. Simply summarize it in a simple table. What was the majority opinion in all of these meetings for certain topics? This will be the very concise but real picture what people were suggesting, what they were proposing, and it will be in a simple form that will be clear to read and according to the structure of the plan. So we'll have a kind of a match between goals and what were the comments of all the meetings. I don't think that which one was in this meeting, which one was in another meeting. Isn't it better to have, let's say, majority of opinion for this subject in a simple form in the plan?
Yeah, perhaps we could, if you wanted to have detail on any of the other things, it could maybe be added to the appendix. I think that the description of all the engagement events that were held, I think that's important to the plan. But in terms of what we heard, I think that makes sense, because there are conflicts. If you look at what was learned in the the land use survey versus what we have heard here, and then we get into the key feedback across all the documents. So maybe the other two sets of summary information could go away. or be included in the appendix. Does that seem, go ahead.
I just think we have to be very careful in this. This is a very important chapter because I have heard more comments from people on this chapter than on a lot of others because they were there. They were at every meeting. And when you write something that it's common desire for mixed-use buildings combining housing, retail services, community interest, dynamic, multifunctional urban spaces, that's interpreted as large buildings. And because to include all those things has to be a large building. And people say, well, whoa, no, I didn't ask for that. They also say, like, name me one person who asked for upzoning. One person, name me that person, because I don't think there is that person. You asked for upzoning?
Yes, there are people who did ask for that, but, you know.
Across the board upzoning?
Well, certainly, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, if there are, then that's okay. But I'm a little concerned about not having the contrary opinion because if you just put the majority, then the other people are going to say, wait a second, I'm not being heard here. You can say that it's a majority. You can say it's 60-40 or, whatever, but.
Or you can say that there were two sets of opinions. There are people who wanted to preserve the existing single-family housing stock, and there were people who were okay with some of it being replaced by higher density housing.
That's what I was going to say is that I do think the key takeaways could be a lot more nuanced. I mean, this sounds like everyone agrees on everything. I don't think a lot of people agree on a lot of things. And I do think, even the first one under housing, expand and diversify housing options to accommodate a wide range of needs, or the second one, support for increased housing density. I would say some people expressed support and some people didn't, but I don't actually think the second bullet, for example, is accurate. I do think there are people who support. I think looking through the written comments that are posted on the meeting's webpage, there are people who say in support of the plan and they say this is gentle upzoning and we support it. So I think that voice is there, but I don't think the voice that has concerns about the plan is well represented in chapter 2 and key takeaways. So I want to say that. The other thing that I would expect a lot more nuance and sort of tension, acknowledgement of the tension we're experiencing in trying to navigate through this. It's not there. The second thing that I would say, and you guys on the commission and city staff, I trust you will all tell me if this is a terrible idea and just going to complicate things unnecessarily. At first, when you all at staff said, yeah, if it's about zoning, we'll pull it to the side, I was like, thank God. But then I was thinking, well, so let's say someone gives a really specific comment, right? Like, I would be fine. I want to see more housing near train stations, and I don't want to see it in more residential neighborhoods, right? Let's say someone says that in writing. If that's kind of a zoning comment, right? Like that's a pretty specific thing that how do we zone around transit, for example. So in theory, you'd strip that out and maybe you would say, okay, one vote for moderate zoning. So then I look at that and I'm like, oh, someone's supported moderate zoning. So they're fine with like 2 units in the whole city because that might be what I think is moderate zoning, right? So and John might hear that and think, oh, that means they want to build on transit lines and not in residential areas, right? So like we could interpret, I think we have to be thoughtful about how you guys kind of paraphrase. And I'm sorry, I think that could make it really hard. But I think if you were to ask me my definition of moderate zoning, it might be very different than anyone else's on the commission. And thus we're going to interpret the findings like super different, I fear. So those are my 2 big points.
I got a couple things I want to mention, and that is, we don't even have a chapter on zoning, and we have all this zoning comment. So I'm wondering if, when we look at chapter 2, it says what we heard. I'm wondering if we can have all the zoning, what we heard. Maybe we could do that in zoning, where we have like a what we heard during the time we're looking at the zoning ordinance, that we could say, well, this is all the information that was accumulated during the time we had all these different events for the master plan that were speaking to zoning. And maybe we can we can separate that from the appendices and the statistical data about what people agreed or didn't agree to on this plan, because we're not discussing zoning on this plan. And yet I keep bringing it up, we all keep bringing it up, you guys we're all talking about it because it's very top of mind, because there's a lot of fear in that. So maybe what we should do is say that data is extremely valuable for the time that we talk about it, and we will discuss what we heard, the pros and the cons that we got. We got 1,200 people said they don't want upzoning in R1, but we got 35 who say they do. Well, that's a piece of information that might be valuable for that time, that we could maybe have a what we heard moment with that data for then. The rest of this, I think, is great. I think what the commissioner, I'm still learning these names, Halleck?
Oh, Halleck,
No,
sorry,
not George.
Berlin.
You
Oh.
was saying.
Everybody calls him Mr. K because nobody knows my
K,
name.
Commissioner K, talking about having the data synced up with the terminology, and I think this is great. I think we should have that appendicized, and let's get on with chapter 2, because we got to get this going.
Yeah, I think people are going to keep talking in zoning terms because it's how we all think about it. It's like a very practical way. Do you want a tall building, a short board? Right. So we just have to keep capturing it.
Are we asking for a reorganization of this chapter? Because I have a lot of comments on the way it was written specifically now, but if we're going to redo the whole thing in concept, then it's not worth me wordsmithing this or going through every comment.
I think it's still worthwhile to go through and provide your comments. I don't know if you need to do it tonight during this discussion, but if you do want to track those in the document, Commissioner Halleck, that would be helpful.
Just do this, man.
Yeah, just copy it and give it to them. It's, I think, the easiest thing.
We're happy to scan it for you if you'd like to keep it.
That's quite all right.
Okay, anything? Oh,
Can I
Commissioner
ask
Johnson.
That's a question of staff. I did take the survey, but it was a very long time ago, so I don't remember the details of it. But in this chapter, there is a presentation of responses broken down by race, ethnicity, age, housing tenure, some geographies of respondent, but there's no breakdown by income. So did the surveys or any of the that what we heard data collection ask people?
No, we did not ask for income data. We specifically focused on geographic location, so breaking it down by ward, age, and race and ethnicity were the primary demographic information requested.
Okay, yeah, all right. Because I noticed, like in the next chapter, it does a really good job of, all the major demographic categories. The income, it's not quintiles. I think they were in 6 categories, and it made my mind go back to the previous chapter and say, well, there was a really nice breakdown of demographics of respondents to the various data collection activities. But if we don't have the by income, we don't have the by income. One other thing I would mention for this chapter before we go on is I think it would be helpful, and when like I'm looking here, like giving very, very brief context to a like a data point that's presented. Like, for example, and it doesn't really matter to follow along here, but it basically says, renters comprise 54% of survey respondents. Okay, cool. I read that. I said, great. And immediately I thought, what percentage of Evanston is renters? Like, were they overrepresented? Were they underrepresented? And I think I grabbed later in the document that renters make up 44% of Evanston. So they comprise 54% of survey respondents. Renters were slightly, overrepresented in the survey respondents. So just in general through this chapter, if there's, population subgroup said this, population subgroup makes up this much of Evanston, they were overrepresented or underrepresented in this this data collection method. Just adding that context, because I think I don't know, I think, did renters have their voice? You know, they 54% of survey respondents, they had their say. So I just wanted kind of the assurance that they did have their say.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait because each of this section is divided into paragraphs that are chapters in this later on. So I'm going to wait for those comments. Most of my comments are like, did really anybody say this, or this doesn't make any sense, that kind of thing. But it's under the category of placemaking, housing, preservation. You know, so I'll bring up these comments when we talk about the the individual chapters.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I do want to talk about one thing, though, in this. Are you going to go on to chapter 3?
Yes.
Okay, and that's this vision statement. I think there's two important things that are missing from here. One that we've talked about before and one new comment. This idea of distinct, I'm going to try to define a little bit more, distinct physical neighborhood character, something like that. I'm not talking about, the color of your skin or anything. I'm talking about the physical environment. And I think that's very important. It's been in every Evanston plan that I've known about to date. And all of a sudden it's pretty much not included in this vision statement. And I think if we don't have that, if we don't emphasize that, then we have nothing. We might as well be Rogers Park. And the other thing I thought was important, all these things can only be done if we maintain the long-term financial stability of the city. So I think in context, we can talk about all this pie in the sky things, but if it's not anchored in long-term financial stability as a vision statement, I don't know what we have. So I would definitely add those two phrases in this vision statement.
What are the phrases?
I just said them.
Well,
Character.
I just said
phrase one is
maintain distinctive physical neighborhood character. I mean, you could wordsmith that, and then somehow including that we achieve these things through the long-term financial stability of the city. Something like that. I mean, I didn't do it exactly.
That's cool. So like pursuit of enterprise, developing strong economic footing, collaborating with Chamber of Commerce, the blah, 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 stuff like that.
Yeah, all those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would note that idea of financial stability has started to come through in several of the comments we've received, even this evening. So I think that probably is something that resonates with at least a certain segment of the population. So, okay, anything more on chapter 2, or we can go on to chapter 3?
20% though?
Okay, chapter 3. I have, I have a number of comments, but in the beginning with the kind of how we got to here, I think one of the things we need to incorporate a paragraph that talks about the 1917 plan for Evanston, which did two things. First, it had a whole chapter on the importance of the tree canopy. So even going back 100 years, the tree canopy was important. And then it also had a chapter describing the need for zoning. And, and as I'm sure a number of you know, Jeff Smith certainly does, Evanston adopted the first zoning ordinance in Illinois in 1921, I think January 4th, actually. So as soon as the state legislature authorized municipalities to have zoning, Evanston did. And, so that's kind of, and there are statements and narratives in the plan that kind of describe why the community was looking for zoning. And in part, it was to protect character and to allow Evanston to evolve with single-family houses. And I think that kind of in looking at the neighborhoods, you will find, I think in every ward, there are examples of 2 and 3 flats, small apartment buildings that were built in the era that predated zoning. So I think that, kind of one of the reasons I think that kind of this allowing, having this mix of housing in all neighborhoods, I mean, that's the natural evolution of how Evanston evolved. Some neighborhoods have more multifamily housing than others. Because they were developed before 1921, but I think that kind of understanding the kind of the values of the community at that point in time is probably important as in terms of context for today. And over the next 20 years, there may be reasons to look to increasing density, or I keep, after World War II in Evanston, there was a point where everybody was really, really worried about what was going to happen to the big old mansions that were all over town. Some of them were demolished, and the estates were subdivided for housing that was built in the 50s and 60s. In other cases, we had a baby boom. So a lot of the big old houses ended up being occupied by families. Now, in looking forward, the question is, we have, declining household size, and are we going to get to the point where there are, historic fabric that we want to preserve, where those houses are just too big for the families who want to live with them? Right now, I think my colleagues will say that there's such a lack of supply of for sale housing that people will buy, if they can afford it, they'll buy it even if it's more space than they want or need. And, but that may not be the case 5 years from now. And so I think it's reasonable to at least, consider how Evanston would handle that eventuality should it happen. It's not a crisis at the moment, but it certainly is something to think about and consider. So,
Jane, is that any different than what we have right now? Because there's a lot of large homes not a lot, but there's several large homes that I know about that are on Ridge or Ashland that have been changed to multi-condos. So that's already happening.
it does. And it depends on what zoning district they're in.
Yeah, I think some of that isn't allowed city staff. You're right. There are a couple that have, right, some beautiful ones, and you can't actually tell that they're multi-unit on Ridge. I think there's one on Michigan Ave as well. My understanding, though, and city staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, under the current zoning, that cannot happen to a building that's more than 6,000 square feet. Is that what is the policy? It did happen, and my understanding is it can't happen currently, which would be changed in the next plan. I think so. But correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, or?
Yeah, so essentially if it's zoned R1, you wouldn't be able to subdivide that into more than one unit unless it was an internal ADU, which our code does allow. But to make it into multiple units beyond that ADU in an R1 district currently would not be allowed.
Yeah.
Although with the caveat that we do have, the council recently adopted some revisions to our adaptive reuse code, which does allow via a special use permit to consider developments within certain zones that would go beyond the density allowances in those areas. So someone could, in theory, apply for an adaptive reuse request if they wanted to pursue something beyond what the base zoning allows.
So essentially, that's kind of one version of allowing higher density within existing R1. I mean, it's not what was in the first draft of the plan, but it is
Correct. It's currently a tool that is there if someone wanted to pursue that process.
How do you do adaptive reuse in R1? What's the reuse adaptation? It's an R1.
It could be breaking it into 2 or 3 units.
Really? So you could take a mansion and you could do an adaptive reuse, make it into 2 townhomes like you have, say, on Greenwood and Forest?
Correct, yes.
Or even on
It's a very
Ridge.
interesting take. I didn't realize you could do that.
And, I mean, it requires a special use, so
Special
it
use
has to
permit.
go through a
It's a
public
big
process.
process.
It's a big it's
That
historical.
house, that giant red house, I understand the giant red house on Ridge and Dempster is like they had condos for sale. So that wasn't originally a single family home, and it now functions as condos. But it looks like the home, right? And my understanding is part of that reuse project is preserving.
Yes, it is a
Yes,
former.
it's gone through. Yes.
That one. There's across the street from it. There's two townhomes, which was originally the circular drive, which was originally a single family residence. Now it's two 6,000-foot townhomes.
Maybe I'm conflating two non-related issues, but it makes me think about the other end of the spectrum, which is what people are complaining about, which is how do you define how many people, family people or not related people, can live in a house? And is it just living in a house that's not physically divided? How
Let's.
It's
That's
a value.
a whole definition of what a family is.
Right,
which
I
it's a
understand, but
zoning
I'm just
issue.
saying this issue, they're related.
Well, to answer your question, Commissioner Halleck, the definition of family that you're referring to would be based on a dwelling unit. So if there's a single family home, that definition would apply to that. But if it's a duplex, you could have that family definition met in both units. Does that make sense? So it's not applied to the structure as a whole. It's the individual units. There are limitations on how many unrelated individuals can live within that unit.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
At the moment, yeah.
Commissioner Berlin.
Can I change subjects in chapter 3?
Yes.
On page 26, on the right-hand column where it talks about transportation commuting, in the short time I've been on the commission, it's become clear to me that people are concerned about cars and parking, which I think is something we should be giving some thought to as well. And I noticed that the opening paragraph says Evanston's residents rely heavily on personal vehicles with 42% driving. While lower than Cook County, 56%, in Chicago, 46%, it's still a high proportion compared to other suburban areas. I was really curious to know if we could, when that data was from, and if we could get data from farther back, at multiple points in time. I don't know, the data could get really noisy because when did cars become affordable for people? When did they start buying them? Right. But what I'm getting at here, pulling out some of the noise is like, are we seeing a downward trend in car use, or are we not? Because I think people care about cars a lot, and I happen to live in a super walkable area that's very near multiple transit lines. And so we see a lot of electric bikes and electric scooters and things that look like death traps kind of across the spectrum, but maybe other areas aren't getting as much of that. So it would help me to know what the trend is in car. I don't really care who owns them where necessarily. I don't know that is something we can get to that granular in the data. If the DMV even collects, I don't know, but I would love a sense for car usage in Evanston.
I think this is really critical because we talk about it a lot. And one of the questions I have is, how do you know if let's say someone's moving into one of the new high rises and they don't have parking because it's all studios and one bedrooms and we didn't make them have parking, and yet they have a car and the car parks on the street. How do we count those cars as people that drive? Because the only way you're going to know is that the person is a resident and they have a car registered to the DMV. Yeah. But it would be great I agree with you. It'd be great to have that information.
And I understand why people want it on a geographic level. I just don't know if that's I understand it is a neighborhood level concern. I'm not saying I don't care. I'm saying I think a helpful starting point would be, what's the trend in car ownership in this town?
It's a big issue because when we get a PD in front of us and the PD has hardly any parking, and but the residents all come before us and they say, yeah, great, but they're going to park on my street. I'm 2 blocks away or 1 block away, but my street is going to be filled with cars. And I just want to get a hand, because that's happened so much. I just want to get a handle of actually how many car owners do we have in the city?
If you would like, I can respond to your question about the data source of the factors that we currently have in the plan. It's the American Community Survey, and we can certainly look into past census information to see what the trend has been over time. So just wanted to follow up on your specific question.
So I live on Hinman. I have to have a parking permit. I pay for parking on the street, and I have a wheel tax.
Correct.
Okay, so if you put a 100-unit building next to me, how's that going to affect me? They're going to have to get a parking permit and a wheel tax. So we would know that, right?
Correct. We would know that. And most of the new developments that are considered transit-oriented development would not be eligible for those on-street residential parking permit passes.
So they would be getting tickets when they park on our street.
Yeah, they would not be able to qualify for that parking permit.
So I'm not disagreeing that there's a parking issue. What I'm trying to understand is if we have mechanisms in place right now, like you get a ticket. Like I've gotten tickets and they're not cheap. I just got one in Winnetka today. You know, I mean, it's like you get tickets. So like, doesn't that play some role in dealing with parking? Like, I just don't get, like, we have all this available parking in Evanston, and we're not going to be developing 50 or 100 unit buildings right on top of an R1 neighborhood. There's some layering here. There's R3 to R5 layering around the R1 areas that you would have some proximity, particularly in the downtown area. You have 6 parking lots down there that are 45 to 60% occupied. So if you put a building down there, why would you have a parking problem from that standpoint?
I don't think the issue is downtown. The issue is, okay, I'm going to bring up zoning again, but the zoning that's proposed, all the upzoning is without parking.
I see. So in the context of the upzone is what we're, okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
misspeaking.
That's what I'm
I
talking about.
understand
That's
that.
what,
No,
we're going to need to
that's-
know those numbers because.
I see. Okay.
But again, we're not
Going to
dealing,
zone. No, no.
we're,
But you can't divorce the two.
no, I think that the data on parking probably is useful. Some parking data is going to be important to have in this document, whether it is in this particular chapter or later when we're in the parking or the transportation chapter, maybe a more appropriate location. I had a couple of areas where I think it's important to have some 10-year trend data. I don't want to go back 20 years because the world was different. But I think that in understanding both, population and density, households, the race and ethnicity, a lot of these statements have come up saying we're trending in one direction or another, but we don't really have the data. So I'd like to see 10-year trend data to help inform, both our house, really kind of, the discussion. And I'd like to know number of housing units. And I know American Community Survey data is fine. Household size, are we trending up or down? I think we're down. I think that's nationally, but I think it would be helpful for our discussion to have a table, showing that. Age distribution is important because we've been building housing that either is oriented to seniors or Northwestern young adults and college students. And then there were statements in the earlier drafts, talking about how, District 65 is losing, it has a declining enrollment, but yet some of the statistics that have been in places suggest that the number of school-age kids is pretty stable. So I think that that's something that we need to know. I think a number of units by building type would be helpful, and I don't know if that information, I think that information is probably also available through the census. And then, the racial distribution has kind of come up a number of times. And while I don't know the extent to which race, trying to dictate who's living in Evanston is probably where we want to go. it certainly is a piece of information that has come up in conversations. I mean, on page 27, we have the key metrics statement, and you've got race and ethnicity. And, I was thinking that what would be helpful is, at least if we don't know specific goals for what we're trying to achieve, at least we want to know if we want it to go, the value metric to go up or down. And I am not quite sure, if we have or want to have any kind of quota system for who lives in Evanston. I would argue not.
Yeah, I would say no. Why would we be against diversity?
We're not.
Yeah. Okay.
But but the question is, does that make it a useful metric for anything, or how does it? If we can explain why that's an important metric, that's great.
So I had in my comments, broad comments about this chapter. Sorry, thank you. I had my broad comments about this chapter, especially this section, which is called, give me a second, Who We Are Today.
Can you give the page?
So Who We Are Today.
2024 and 25.
Okay, 24, 25, 26, 27. I read it as, so this is your detailed population, demographics, a little bit of economic census of Evanston. And that's it. And so I read, just that table, the goals. I thought, okay, we can have goals, but they don't make sense in this chapter because this is just talking about who we are today. What's our population density? Bam. What is our racial, ethnic composition of our population? Income distribution. And I have a suggestion here, just remove that column of goals. We're going to talk about goals. I mean, this is a comprehensive plan. It's a vision for the future. We can have those things in other chapters, but the structure didn't make sense to have it here in a subsection of a chapter that seemed to be just about reporting what our home values are, what the labor forces looks like, what the job sector share is, and then comparison to those other reference communities, Skokie, Lincolnwood, Rogers Park, Westridge, whatever. And the goals thing, it really didn't make sense to have it here in this chapter, and not just the table, but just like throughout this section of the chapter.
Yeah, actually, I read ahead, and because I had the same question, I'm going, what are the goals related to? And they are related to the visions, what's in chapter 4. That's where we have the healthy community, environmental sustainability, the economy, and this is where we're talking about housing diversity and equitable opportunities. So, so that table and the key metrics just may be in the wrong chapter.
Yeah, and I think that table, and I have in my comments that the key metrics, that whole page 27, on the right page,
Yes.
that whole page 27, delete the whole page, replace it with summary, and then a table summarizing the subsections that come before it. Transportation, commuting, economy, employment, housing, home value, housing vacancy, because I guess Carol's got me thinking about the structure of the whole thing and of the structure of the chapters. And it's like we have this chapter, housing and density, households, group quarters, race and ethnicity, age, and then the summary at the end really doesn't summarize what came before. It in somewhat does, but I thought it would flow better to strike that whole page and summarize the data that came prior to it.
Okay. The other thing on the key metrics, one of the ones I would like to, delete or eliminate or replace is housing density. I think we'd be much better off talking about housing units. Because, just picking up on the discussion we had, I guess, at our last meeting about whether or not population is the right metric, because, you know, if you look at population, it's based on a set of factors, and you can get into lots and lots of, you know, minute detail as to how you would model things. But basically, it's how many housing units do you have? How big are your households? So the household size, and then how many vacant units do you have? So I think that trying to look at either, you know, population or density, you know, because density is just, you know, population divided by, you know, the area, the land area. So I think we'd be much better with our metrics being discrete things rather than kind of a value that's going to change based on the interaction of several variables. So,
Are you talking about getting rid of the population density?
yes. Because I think what's relevant to land use discussion and others is how many units are we adding? I mean, I'm not sure we have any real control over how big the households that move to Evanston are,
Yeah, but
or how they grow.
I'm not against the units and the type of housing. I think we need all that, but this population density is an overall thing that all cities are measured by. And I think to compare us to Chicago or Skokie or whatever, it's important data, I think.
Well, I think, and we do have it, you know, the data is there. We have it in the appendix.
Okay, all right.
You know, I'm just saying that as a metric of something we're going to track.
I see.
I'm just not sure that
I
housing
see.
density is the right thing to be tracking.
I see.
And then I'll, similar line, which I've shared this with staff. I think in terms of the unit of measure, you need to kind of explain what some of them are, like the Gini coefficient and the lead exposure, some of the indexes. And, even with the greenhouse gas emissions, the reduction from the 2005 base issue, I mean, we just kind of somewhere, maybe one of the things that are footnoted included in the citation section. And I think the other thing in terms of the transportation and commuting, I know that we've got to mention that we get the two hospitals we have, because they're major employers, and so that would be, so I think that that's an important addition.
That's a metric?
No, it's not a metric. It's part of the description of, on page 26, the transportation and community. We talk about downtown Evanston, Northwestern University, and we've got Evanston's two hospitals.
So there's another, I'm not sure where this belongs, but when we think of Evanston today, one of the things that comes to mind is the fact that we have a large number of multi-generational families in Evanston. Like, I would go to, for example, when my kids were little, we'd go over to the Ryan Stadium or Dyke Stadium or whatever it was called. And they, the kids would be little and they'd run around and we'd be watching them and they'd be visiting all their friends and they were sitting around. And you'd notice that the kids would be there, the parents would be there, grandparents sitting right behind the parents, often, lots and lots and lots of kids, and with grandparents living in the same town. So you got 3 generations going on, and I'm not sure how that data can be demonstrated, but it is an attribute of Evanston and who we are and where we are now. And I'm thinking that is something that plays a role, for example, in housing, because you have right now, you have such a high pressure demand for housing that's coming from 2 directions. You got boomers that are retiring with a lot of capital, and you got the new generation coming in. What are they now? Z, whatever this generation, coming in, trying to get in, and they're colliding in certain areas of the housing stock because they all want to be here. And so there's this, which plays a role into like the life expectancy that's getting the age expectancy of Evanston's getting older. So you start seeing some connectivity there. And I think that plays a role in policy, like what are we going to do? And I don't know what that is just yet, but it feels like that's something that we need to be aware of, that we have families that want to be here through generation. That's all.
On the subject of key metrics, there's I have 2 main thoughts. One is a couple I would have expected to see. And the other is just this idea of trends, because it's unclear in some cases what's been happening in our city when we think about some of these things that we say we care about, right? And so I think understanding some direction that things are taking would help us to understand, are there the needs some of us think there are and some of us think there aren't, right? So like if we could get some more information. So there's a couple of things I was hoping to see. I mean, I'm unclear. I don't think these key metrics, as I understand them, are like our goals, right? They're just sort of point in time information. So assuming they are point in time information, I would be curious to see average household size. I would be curious to see, and some of this is in the appendix, but it surprises me it's in the appendix because it's pretty critical to this conversation. So I think it should be here. Average home price, average rent on what is that rent unit. Let's get a couple of different sizes. I would like to see home price appreciation. How quickly are the prices going up? Rent growth. How quickly is rent going up? And I would like to see, has there been a change in those housing cost burden rates, for renters and for homeowners? And I'd like to see income growth in this town. And I'd like to see it over a period of time, because to the extent that we are hearing from community members who feel like this is a good way to address some affordable housing needs, like we don't have any data here to show if that's happening or not, right? If cost burdens aren't going up, like nationally, the cost of housing is rising exponentially faster than incomes, which is why people are so pressed. But is that happening in Evanston? Some of us think it is. Some of us think it's not. So what was going on 10 years ago across these really major metrics that are very well tracked?
I totally agree with you. In fact, I was going to say the same thing. When you talk about, I don't know if you use the word median home value or median income and those things, you're talking about adding them to the metric here.
Anywhere. I just want to be able to say, here's actually what we're talking about. And those concerns you have are not real, or those concerns you have are real.
Right. But that also relates to the next chart, which is trends, and you're also suggesting
Yeah,
that,
I think
that too. So I totally agree with that. Before we get into that, because I have other comments on this trends chart, when I thought of this under the heading of economic evolution, there's no mention of retail evolution anywhere. In other words, what happened when Old Orchard was built, I know it was a long time ago, but it really had a significant impact and continues to have a significant impact on the type of retail that we can attract in downtown Evanston, and the size of the stores and those sorts of things, and whether we should focus on restaurants downtown or we should focus on cheap department stores. It's a whole subject, I think, that hasn't been addressed here.
And it may be, again, a level of detail that it may be too detailed for our plan. I'm only saying it's not addressed at all.
Right. We talk about Northwestern's history and we talk about all that. Why wouldn't we talk about our retail history?
No.
But it's an important issue, and
I think that talking about, kind of, and we talk a little bit about manufacturing stuff, but I think
manufacturing and retail are opposites.
Yes, no, I think, and I think when we get to the later chapter, one of the problems when we get into economic development, it's focused on the retail in the Evanston Thrives plan, but not necessarily on some of the other aspects of our.
I'm just saying it's missing. It's missing from
here.
This chapter.
Okay.
Is there any data, comprehensive data that we have on retail? How many women-owned stores do we have in the city? Different types of retail that we have within the city. So because this is a vision of the future, we need to know what we need to attract to make our city relevant. Okay.
Yeah,
it's not so much the past or a trend, because we're not getting, we're not trying to get trendy because it's, it's trendy. We're trying to attract future, what we would like our city to look like in the future. So there's, I don't know how to explain myself at this point, but
I agree. I think retail belongs in trends. Not trending. Trends and trendy are very different things. Trends are, people buy things online. So do the stores need to be more interactive? Those are things that I think are important to talk about. Anyway, in the emerging trends, retail is not mentioned at all, and I think it should be.
Okay. I believe, because I had a question, staff answered, the emerging trends really, this table is not necessarily Evanston specific. It's national trends that may impact Evanston in the future. And I think that's something that needs to, some clarification as to why we would be thinking about it. And maybe it, belongs somewhere else in the
I think that
chapter?
my opinion is that if it's not an Evanston trend, it shouldn't be in here. If it doesn't apply to Evanston, it could be a national trend also, but I have there's like migration to the Rust Belt. That means people are moving from the south to the north. I thought it was the other way around.
I think it's changing.
People are moving from
Florida because it's hot up to Tennessee where it's cool.
boy, I'd like to see the data on that because I don't believe it.
Commissioner.
I have a
Jazz.
suggestion once again about the structure, let's call it, of this chapter. It starts with some things about Evanston history. It starts with some explanation of certain things in Evanston. And after that, key metrics completely disconnected. So I think this should follow a kind of a pattern. We talk about something, then we put the key metrics, and then we put the trends that correspond to the key metrics. There should be a logical sequence of things that we are researching, that we find problems, that we find the key metrics, and then we have the trending or our goals. And by the way, just formal, but in the table, the last column that says goals, these are actually not goals. These are the referenced in chapter topics. So let's put something like referenced in, but not goals. If it's goals, we should put a number, for instance, how many, what will be the density in 2045. These are not goals. These are a reference in chapter, and the reader should go to the chapter and see what are the goals. So just a formal thing. But I think the sequence of things and the corresponding between everything in the chapter or everything in the content of the plan, following one and the same pattern of revealing what we found, what are the metrics, what are the trending things, is important. They should not be disconnected.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson, I think you had something.
I had two general comments about this chapter to add to the discussion. Well, not this chapter, but the Who We Are Today section. So the Who We Are Today section, forgive me, as anybody brought up that preamble, the when reviewing census data, the first column, we talked about that, page 24. Because the first, so this page 24, 25, 26 is presenting all this data. And the very first thing that's said about the data is basically don't trust the data. It's saying that there's undercounts and this is very problematic, and the census is not entirely accurate, but it is highly accurate, and it is the best available data. And so to recognize limitations of data in an economic publication, you never do that like right up front. You might say something more like that first column on page 24, who we are today, delete all of that and say something like, this section draws from reliable data sources such as the U.S. Census, American Community Survey, et cetera, et cetera. Here, data on Evanston demographics is presented along with that of Cook County, as well as neighboring municipalities, Wilmette, Chicago, Lincolnwood, Skokie, Rogers Park, West Ridge. We also include, we compare us to them because they're neighboring neighborhoods. We add in Oak Park. It's included because it's similar in Evanston in terms of current built environment and historical development. And then say, for information, further information on undercounted and overcounted population subsets, and just reference, So the general idea is, hey, reader, this section is going to use reliable, best available demographic and economic data. It's going to come from, very briefly, this place, this place, this place. We're going to compare ourselves to, what did I call them? I had to make up a word. Neighboring municipalities, reference communities.
Surrounding communities.
Sure. Well, Oak Park is the only one that's not. And sure, yeah. And we picked these associated communities because they either touch Evanston or they're similar in character, built environment, and historical development. And that's the introduction to this chapter. Not an introduction, not this really long, this lengthy description about like the minutia of undercounts, because I mean, it's important, but maybe it's like a footnote or a reference. So that was my comment about just the intro to this section. And then I had another comment about, broad comment about structure. And these individual subsections, population density, households, group quarters, very important information to include in the plan, at the start of the plan, all this accounting for what Evanston is today. The formatting and the narrative of each one of these subsections is, it could be more consistent and more structured and more objective and more just presenting the data. Like for example, we look at, I'm constantly adding comments in here about, Evanston has a slightly older population compared to Chicago and Cook County with a median age of 38.0. My mind immediately says, okay, slightly older, but like, what is the median age in Chicago and Cook County? And then I got to flip to the back, and I look in the table, and then I see that, okay, maybe those appendices, that data, to me, it's important enough to put in this chapter and not banish it to an appendix. And also, I think in an effort to make, I shouldn't speculate, but some of the language here, it's like Evanston has a slightly older population compared to Chicago and Cook County. Okay, so I looked it up. And the difference between Evanston and Cook County, the median age is 0.2 years. So it's a moderately older population. That's what the plan says. And I changed that to slightly older. And then I changed it to, no, just say what it is. Just say what it is. And I wrote out like a sample reformatting here for the next section after that, which is household income. It's on page 25. So, remove the flowery language, remove the, subjective description stuff, and instead say for household income data, very brief introduction. Household income data is reported in two ways by the U.S. Census American Community Survey. First, mean household income is reported with the average, which is the average across all households in a community. Second, household income is separated into 7 brackets, and the proportion of households in each bracket is reported. Data on Evanston and the reference communities are presented in the table below. Bam, table. And then really you could just move on to the next thing. I mean, if we think it's useful to have a short paragraph below the table with a little bit of analysis, that's fine. I don't think we need it. But if you want a little bit of analysis, the analysis just being strictly objective, this is what the numbers say. And so, for example, for household income, as evidenced by Table 7, household income, Evanston has a higher mean household income than Cook County, Chicago, Skokie, Rogers Park, and West Ridge, but lower than mean household incomes in Lincolnwood, Oak Park, and Wilmette. In terms of household income brackets, Evanston's population is distributed across all 7 brackets. However, the proportion of Evanston's population in the highest brackets is greater than Cook County, Chicago, Skokie, and Rogers Park, and West Ridge, but less than Lincolnwood, Oak Park, and Wilmette. It just reads as more scientific and objective than, the city has, as currently is in there, the city has a relatively wealthy population. It's more economically diverse than wealthier suburbs than Wilmette. Evanston's income distribution highlights its status as a prosperous urban-suburban mix with most of its residents in higher income brackets. It just, it doesn't, it just, I guess I'm getting at it's a commentary. It's a commentary.
Just the data.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah. So that's what I'm getting at. I guess to sum it up, subheading, whatever we're calling it, household income, subheading, a sentence or two where the data comes from. Dear reader, this is where it's coming from. Okay. This is the table. And then, that's it. Evanston and the reference communities. If you want to say 1 or 2 things about, Evanston is higher than these reference communities and lower than these reference communities, and then move on to the next thing.
And I think that, along where you're talking about the topics, it may be useful, for the things that where the trend information is going to be helpful as we discuss housing or density or land use or whatever it is, declining number of kids really was, really factored into, who you're designing the placemaking. Who are you defining the activity center for later? So if the data that's in here ought to reference, be related to the topics, the later chapters, I think. That would be, rather than, I think we want to be careful about not including, every piece of data you could. I mean, the plans that was done in the 70s, it was 3 source books of all just data on every topic you could imagine. And then the plan itself was just goals, objectives, and policies. It was done as a poster plan. I mean, I think we have to be careful. I also think it's really important that this be readable. I mean, there's a problem with getting the data and the discussion and having it be kind of too scientific and bureaucratic. And I think we want a document that's going to be something that Evanston residents can pick up and almost skim through and say, oh yeah, I get what the policy is, which I think is getting to Commissioner Mirichev's, organization structure. You want to be able to, grab the document and say, okay, I understand what the vision is, what the community's trying to grasp. So, anything else on chapter 3? You wanted to talk, or we know about the emerging trends, that they're national and just things that we ought to be thinking about, right?
Can I add one more thing about this
Sure.
chapter before we move on? I'd like to see us in the Who We Are Today chapter, a subheading on the Northwestern University population, because we talk about, really it's a comprehensive review of the demographic and economic conditions in Evanston. Great, but earlier in the plan, just to this point, Northwestern's impact, history, influence, whatever, is stated several times. And I think it would warrant a bump out in this Who We Are Today section of, a paragraph just stating, how many students are enrolled at Northwestern's Evanston campus, how many undergrads there are of that number versus graduate professional students, because they impact the town in different ways. what their on-campus population is versus off-campus population. I think, and I understand, and I did a little bit of noodling around in Northwestern's common data set, and I mean, I put as much time into this as I could. I didn't dig super deep, but I was trying to find institutional data that breaks down who's on their Chicago campus versus who's on their Evanston campus. But that's a crucial thing, because I don't want to know about like law students that are downtown that never come up here for any reason. And I have friends that work there and they're just like, oh, you live by campus? Like, oh, I never go up there, you know? So, I think, I guess the points are, because Northwestern has been referenced several times in this plan as being very impactful to Evanston, I think it warrants a separate, just, you know, a section similar in size to what we're already seeing here that gives Northwestern demographics, Northwestern Evanston campus demographics.
I'm not sure we have that.
Yeah, and I definitely sympathize with the difficulty in obtaining that data, but I would ask that you try.
Do you think if we're talking about Northwestern that we should be talking about our school system? We have two school districts here. It's not even mentioned.
Yeah,
in this chapter, you mean?
In who we are.
It's in another chapter, isn't it?
Yeah, we do talk about it in the community systems chapter.
I see.
Yeah, and I would like to kind of carve out special attention on the Northwestern students because, you know, for better or worse, they kind of operate as part of this community, but they're kind of separate from it. And the D65 kids are, I mean, my kids are counted in my household census, and they're, you know, part of, you know, so they're kind of integrated in the.
They affect so much. They affect retail, they affect housing, they affect transportation, they affect all those things. So.
Yeah. Sure, Magnum.
Hi, but I think the Northwestern demographics is ever changing because students graduate and they move away and they may go back home to their home state or home country. So I'm not sure why we would need it in this plan. I mean, you know, maybe generally talk about it, but it changes so frequently.
I'm sorry, and I wasn't asking for detailed demographics. I'm just saying numbers. Yeah. Like how many Northwestern, I mean, really.
How many undergrads are there?
It's like, how many total students does Northwestern have in Evanston? How many of those are undergrads? How many of those are graduate and professional students? You can lump the business students and the PhD students together. I don't care. The MBA plus PhD, whatever. And then how many of them live on campus versus live off campus? I don't need to know the Northwestern, like what the breakdown is of like their income quartiles or, you know, that kind of stuff. I just want to know their numbers because they have an impact to adjacent communities and the business, you know, retail and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the need, really specifically the on-campus versus off-campus breakdown within that population because, you know, yes, they're buying a couple of homes, but really they're majorly influencing the rental market in terms of, my understanding is that there's a pretty significant shortage of housing. And so I think there are a lot of the demand in the rental market in certain areas.
Yeah, and I think that one of the, you know, we've been approving the link, and there have been a bunch of rental projects that have been approved in recent years that are really targeted to that demographic. You know, they may be graduate students as opposed to undergrads, and there are certain you know, the presence of Northwestern students in campus housing certainly has skewed the rental market in certain parts of town. I'm not sure if it's universal, but you know, it clearly has.
Well, is there a way to find out how many of these students, whether undergraduates or graduate students, actually stay in Evanston?
I'm not sure that that's necessarily relevant. I mean, I think we can, you know, and I don't know if we have.
And I mean, my intention wasn't to ask for that because I would think that those people, I mean, my my neighbor that went to Northwestern and then bought the house that's behind me. They're counted in the rest of these sections: population, density, households, race,
But
ethnicity, age, blah, blah,
group
blah.
quarters are different, but group
Yeah.
quarters include a lot more than just Northwestern students. It includes people living in nursing homes, for example, and, so, that may be, I guess the question is that a level of detail that we need to make policy recommendations and actions?
I mean, in the
if it is,
the years I've been on this commission, anything, it comes up a lot. It comes up a lot, and this comp plan, just reading to page 25, Northwestern's impact and history, current impact, is mentioned a lot, and Northwestern's not. The enrollment at Northwestern is a lot lower than most people think. Yet they have a big impact. I mean, it's not Ohio State. There are not 65,000 students over on the lakefront. But it's got a big impact. And just to have, I think it's big enough to warrant just putting some numbers right there. And Northwestern does have I found it right now, Office of Institutional Research. They will have all this data. Whether they give it to you or not, I don't know. But you could ask, and I would ask that you do.
Okay. All right.
Jane,
Yes.
excuse me, before we leave chapter 3, maybe all of you disagree with me on this, but this trends column, somebody said that it was national trends. Well, I don't think those are necessarily relevant also because I don't even understand some of them. So the fact that they're national trends, it's like, and I don't understand them. It's like, well, how relevant are they? What's relevant if these trends are applicable to Evanston? And that's what I'd like this column to read. Okay? We agree?
Okay. All right. Are we ready to move on to chapter 4? And it's now 9:40 something, so I don't know how many, more chapters.
What's quitting time?
Quitting time is officially 11, but I don't think anybody wants to stay till 11.
Megan's agenda said 10.
Oh, 10. Okay, well then 10. Can we get through chapter 4? Chapter 4? Okay. Chapter 4, and we'll call it. All right, chapter 4, which really is kind of the more detailed explanation of the vision. And my initial comment is I don't know that we need to include the vision statement or restate the vision statement again because we've just.
Or why isn't the vision statement here instead of where it is?
Oh, that could be.
Yeah, it seems better.
All right. Anyone have any, just any issues with page 20? Was it 32 and 33? Is that? I think we've seen this language quite a lot.
This is come off as sounding weird, but it just struck me when I was reading the first column, 2 paragraphs up. It says strong circular JavaScript, what it believes Evanston small minority-owned businesses are thriving. Is that important? Is that are the businesses thriving? Are they not thriving? The small businesses, whether they're minority owned or women owned, or I just didn't understand that. And are they thriving? I didn't think they were. This is the reason I'm bringing this up. We want
them to be. This is the vision.
Oh, I see. Okay, then maybe not minority owned, but businesses generally. Nothing against minority owned, but.
somewhere.
Commissioner Halleck, where are you reading? What pages? Okay, and which paragraph?
First column, third paragraph up from the bottom.
The circular.
Our strong circular economy, yeah. Starts off.
Oh, I see it.
This is actually a repetition of the vision statement.
Mm-hmm.
I have another dicey comment question. And it occurred to me when I was reading Foster a Healthy Community, talking about safe streets, safe all that. There's been a lot of comments that I've read in various places about the safety of downtown Evanston.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to withdraw my comment. Forget it.
So this chapter kind of like starts us down that winding path to zoning again a little bit. So I want to make a comment and then you tell me to stop if you think I should. One of the conversations that we've had in this forum is the redevelopment of Chicago Avenue. And and the different things you can do on Chicago Avenue. And one of the things that's never discussed is if you did do that, you'd be, for example, if all the automotives were to leave and you were to put apartments there or whatever you're going to, finally everyone gets happy and agrees upon, there's a large piece of sales tax that just evaporates because those industries are gone. So I was thinking about why would we do that? Why would we get rid of tax revenue when we're fighting for Are we okay out there? I see. Okay. I just thought there was okay. So I was thinking about Frontage Road in Northfield. If you drive down Frontage Road in Northfield, you have
Excuse, can we need to have a, excuse me, could you guys take this outside? Or, allow the commission to have a conversation? Thank you.
So I guess what I was saying is that if we're going to be thinking about land use in different kinds of applications for mixed use and things of that sort, we need to think about what we're displacing. And one of the thoughts I had, and I don't know how we would get there maybe this is a different conversation, a different forum, but maybe we need to have our own auto zone. Maybe we need to have an auto zone that is somewhere between Howard Street and Main Street. That's between Dodge and McCormick. Some piece of land area that's like, I drove back there the other day. We used to go back there when we were kids when there was just train spurs back there and look for beer cans and stuff. But now it's like fully concreted. You have Sam's Clubs back there. You have the power lines back there. There's a lot of stuff that's not being used back there that if the city wanted to look at redeveloping, adding a zone like an auto zone, that's a revenue generator. That's an opportunity to create a lot of revenue in an area that would attract clients from Lincolnwood, Skokie, Chicago, Evanston, and create something over there so that when you're displacing these businesses on, say, Chicago Avenue, you're not losing hundreds of thousands or millions. I don't know what the revenue stream is there, but it's significant. So I think that when we're looking at the future, we need to think about the consequences of our actions. And that's just an example of maybe finding a solution to a problem that would be created by change. And that's what I thought of.
If in terms of financial stability, I think there's always choices. And if you do one thing, you just have to make sure that you balance it with something else. If you have an expense, then you balance it with something you take away. So you always have financial stability. And maybe that's what we're talking about here. You know, if residential in that area is judged to be more appropriate, then we should find another place for
Well, it's all
more
it's,
revenue.
Right, and it's a job creator. I mean, it's also it's enterprise. I mean, it hits a lot of buttons. If you know, one of the things that when we're talking about making changes to our zoning code, we need to think about not just a single, like the residential aspect is critical, but then there's the other aspect of like, well, if you advance residential where there's not residential, then you're going to deplete something else. So we have to consider consequence and figure out how to get better utility out of our land, because we have a lot of land. We can do things if we are so inclined. There's a lot of land that's not being used, that, or at least it feels like that. I don't have the empirical data. People might know better than me on staff that know that land is being used, but it looks like there's a lot of open terrain back there that could be explored.
The innovation and creation area that's labeled that on the plan? That's I think what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, they actually, yes, that's perfect. Yes, that would be, that's pretty much in there. That area runs along McCormick.
And I would suggest, because maybe when we get to the next chapter, the innovation and creation, I don't know if that's necessarily the right word, or it should be economic enterprise, or, because I understand what the concept is, which is to encourage, identify locations for new kinds of economic activity. And, it's looking at research and some other specifics, but the question is whether or not maybe we're not broad enough in the kinds of, new enterprises.
Or realistic. I made a note about that, we talk about what are the big industries in Evanston: higher ed, research, medical stuff. We already have that. Is it appropriate for that to be in that area as an example? It's, I think, a terrible example of creating these areas where when we created the research park, and then it just never happened because I don't know why, but it never happened. And so you got to get buy-in from industries, and I think it's great. It would be great to get buy-in for this area from the people that are already creating jobs in Evanston.
See, one of the things about innovation and creation, it doesn't really say anything, And what you are saying when you talk to people, because they came here and they said, please don't put 100-foot buildings on Chicago Avenue and block out the sun, block out my house. So one of the things that when you start looking at blocks of land like that to redevelop, you have to think about it in terms of, well, what can you do from a design standpoint that would be friendly to business? And what you'll notice on these corridors, if you look at like Central Street or Main Street, is the retail components on those streets are not super vertical. When you have the designs that are smaller, older, they tend to be more filled. They tend to occupy better than these bigger box style designs. And these bigger box style designs come from the design associated with, the core and the structured parking requirements that have been in place for a while. And so these developers come in, they go, okay, we're going to throw a big glass window on the front here and we're going to lease out to 6,000 feet. And they wind up staying empty or having pop-ups. So if you're going to take, like, for example, that Chicago Avenue run, you'd probably be better suited. You'd probably get even more tax revenue if they were smaller footed buildings, almost like you see like on Clark Street or Halsted Street, Chicago, like the smaller buildings, 25-foot wide buildings with, say, 1,500 square foot, 1,800 square feet of retail. There's plenty of tenants that would take something like that versus a 5,000-foot space and go up 2-3 floors. And then you've created a use, but then you have to like have a mission that says, if we're going to do that, then we have to do something with these guys that are there. We have to create a use for them somewhere. And so it's kind of like a collaborative process that just saying, innovative creation and mixed use, you almost have to go deeper and come up with a plan to do that and say, we want to accomplish this, or we want to accomplish like more senior housing. Well, it's housing, but it's specific. It's senior housing. It's a retirement over 55 housing, whatever it is that you want to do. So those kinds of things, I feel like when we're looking at our land use approach, that's what it says, right? Land use approach. I think we need to be thinking about it more specifically, and that gives us a mission for 20 years. Now, it can be aspirational, but the zoning code would be like, this innovation and creation would include auto, or would include, you can include things in that would allow for that. And then you see what happens. Yeah, anyway.
So I know you just talked about the importance of specificity, and I'm going to try to zoom out, but I think the point you made is super interesting. And I just want to understand a little bit better, because I don't, in my head, I guess, when you first said that about what we're losing in terms of the tax base, I was like, well, yeah, wouldn't it be a wash? And then I was realizing I don't really know, because I was thinking if you bring, let's put aside whether or not the community wants housing, just if you bring in housing as a theoretical to replace retail, like, isn't there still getting tax revenue? Like, I genuinely don't know. So I'm just trying to understand how balanced or unbalanced that would be. Do you know what I mean?
It was mentioned earlier, a successful project, the Dubin project that's on Chicago Avenue and South Boulevard. Now that the lot line over there is wider. It's a little bit wider land, so you can create that kind of thing. When you start going further north, the lots get a little narrower. So you don't have the ability to say, let's redesign Chicago Avenue and continue on with that pure residential thing. You're going to have to probably do a mixed-use component on that area, that running along Binney's and back to Main Street. So you're going to do a mixed-use component. And the same thing applies on the other side of the street. You'd probably be doing a mixed-use. Now, you might be able to do more elevation over there because you're not going to rev people up as much because you're up against a track. But in terms of the taxes that you're talking about, you have tax there now. If you replace it with another real estate application, you'll get the real estate tax, but you lose the sales tax. You put a couple hamburger shops and they're not going to give you the revenue of, you know what I mean? You're not going to get the sales revenue of, so that's why I think the whole.
Commissioner Johnson.
I would recommend, and I'm not sure which of your papers covered it, but one of the local papers has covered one of the car dealerships down there. I think it's the Volkswagen dealership has been asking for like tax abatements from the city to do their renovations, because VW corporate wants them to renovate, and they say, well, it's too expensive, so Evanston, give us some breaks, because we generate so much money in sales tax, which is something new to me, and I actually read into it. Whoever did the reporting, good job. Yes, thank you. That I guess like per square foot or whatever, the sales tax generation of a car dealership is just tremendous. And that's not something that I knew. So I had your same question like a year ago.
Yeah. And the other thing is that the way property taxes, properties are assessed, commercial property is assessed at a higher rate than residential is. So, if you have a big enough residential property, you're going to pay way more in property taxes than a car dealership would pay in property taxes. But you're right, you lose out on the sales tax. So, anything else?
Yeah, I've got a comment on page, 33, under transportation options. And this occurs in the other transportation section. When we say we strive to invest in equitable, sustainable transportation, eliminating greenhouse gases in mass transit, and all that stuff, I just say, is that really what Evanston does? I thought the CTAA, it wasn't even an Evanston purview to improve the trains and the buses and all that. Am I wrong? Anybody?
Well, that's a goal of the CARP plan, I think. So some of the information and the ideas and the concepts, I mean, I think we have to recognize that they come from other adopted city plans. So, and that's kind of, one of the, values of having a document like this is it's pulling ideas that Evanston's already doing and is, moved forward on. So, but you're right. I mean, it's really the transit agencies that are doing it. So we have to encourage. But again, this is a vision plan. So these
Right.
are future oriented statements.
Yeah, if that's the case, and I assume then that will be appropriate when we talk about affordable housing. Affordable housing is a national thing, and there's federal money and there's state money and there's all that kind of stuff. So it's not that I'm just using this as another example, like transportation. It's not that Evanston alone can do this. And just like transportation, what are we going to do? I'm a little more skeptical of transportation because it just didn't seem like we had anything to say about it. But maybe it's just the wording that I'm reading, but it's not just on this page. It appears in other places.
I have I have a couple of comments. Under the land use approach, there's a sentence that says, additionally, the plan incorporates a citywide analysis to identify existing community resources, amenities, and areas with development potential. And I know that was kind of the original intent of like the development scenario workshop and some of the other engagement activities, but I'm not sure that we ever got there. So I'm not sure that sentence is, belongs, except maybe as something that should be encouraged.
Well, also, Jean, in that paragraph, mixed-use centers and corridors are mentioned twice, and then in the next paragraph, they're mentioned twice again.
Well, I have in my notes to take out to eliminate those phrases.
Mixed-use centers and corridors?
Yes.
Yeah, either that or tell me where they are.
Well, that's the problem. I don't think we've been able to define them exactly. I mean, I've got one that connects, but.
So I'm enough of a nerd about this that before I joined the Land Use Commission, I went and did office hours at the city and asked that question because I was like, I thought you guys were going to talk about transit-oriented development, and I never saw that anywhere in this plan, right? Like zoning is like, let's build by transit. So I don't. These are my own words. I could be wrong. I'm definitely paraphrasing. However, here's what I understood it to be. I trust the city or someone will correct me. As I understand it, the centers and corridors is the idea of where there's transit and or already sort of like thriving commercial areas. I'm really sorry. That's the timer to tell my kid to go to bed. I'm sorry. So, for example, as I understand it, I think you guys probably know this, that Evanston is one of very few places in Chicagoland that has both the CTA and the Metro within half a mile of each other. There's something like 2 places that have it in Chicagoland. So the idea is that would be a corridor because we're going to build where there's already this enormous investment in public transportation that would hopefully mean not as many people need cars. So cars are less of a problem because they can use the public transit.
So more definitive would be train stations and bus routes?
Well, and I think Central Street, like if you look at the map, and again, the city can correct me, but I think it's kind of these like redder places, but yes, like I think Central Street is highlighted as a potential place because it's like, so it's either transit or kind of like a major artery, right? So that's why there's this whole question of, do you put big buildings on Chicago Ave? Do you put multifamily on Central Street? So that was my takeaway, but I was just a citizen when I asked the question. I wasn't on the commission,
Well, and
blah, blah, blah.
Excuse me. I don't think they're the same. There are Dempster, as an example, is a major bus route, but it's clearly residential for most of the route. And I don't think anybody's even suggesting that become a commercial. I don't think a commercial route. So maybe we're not talking about corridors. Maybe we're just talking about transit center or train centers, train stations.
Well, but I think that, and that was the problem, is I don't know that it's easy to define what the centers would be or even neighborhoods would be. So I was actually, happy to see the land use really broken up and described by ward. I thought that was helpful. I mean, there are issues with the descriptions that we'll get to that staff knows about.
So maybe the request is a definition of what we're talking about with this phrase, corridors, and then if people don't like, maybe then we can get people to understand what we're talking about and then decide if we like it or not.
Or graphically, where are these?
I think, the one thing that came out of the scenario analysis discussion I was, thinking about is, we were talking about, what could happen at the Valley Food Center, how much additional density could you add residential, and there are reasons why that's probably not a good idea. But one of the things that really came up is the importance of the Dodge Avenue corridor. And that actually is a connector of places. You start at Church and Dodge, and so you've got the shop, the retail center, you've got the high school. You go further south, and you've got the Dempster Dodge commercial area. You go further south, you've got Robert Crown. You go further south, you've got Levy Center and, and James Park. So that's probably, if you're thinking about corridors and centers, that's probably the only one I can think of that really works that way.
I'm not against the idea. I just think it should be explained and where we're talking about. I personally, like you're bringing that up. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, but it doesn't give you any indication of where these are.
Well, it's a corridor, but I'm not sure how many places it connects. I mean, it collects but I'm just thinking that I'm not sure, and my point was in suggesting that we drop that as a concept was that I'm not sure it really helps us in terms of like where we should focus development.
I mean, personally, I'd like to push back on that. Personally, I prefer we not drop it and we get an explanation of it, because if the idea is that it makes sense to build either A, where we've already invested in a lot of transit, or B, where there's already a lot of activity. I think that, makes good sense conceptually, and I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of leveraging massive investments, whether it's city investments in infrastructure or state funding, whatever. So I would prefer, rather than we remove it, we start with trying to clarify, bring some specificity to it, and, maybe even say Chicago, name the streets and say one sentence, and then these are places that either are major arteries, are already built up as commercial corridors, or already have significant, easy, whatever, I'm not saying it well, but access to these massive transit lines that we know are a huge asset.
Because I'll tell you why this is going to come up, and I don't yell at me for bringing up zoning again. But what I'm objecting to, and a lot of people are objecting to, is this blanket zoning, and it has to be with a much finer tool, and this is the tool. This is one of the tools that I think we're going to end up using, and not just saying bad example maybe, but all of Chicago Avenue gets 10-story buildings. That's not the way to do it.
Well, and that again, it involves trying to identify what those were or where those are, and that's something I don't think I don't think we're ready to go there yet.
Why not?
We can try it. You got, that was the ask at all the focus groups was, where are the centers and corridors? And, quite frankly, the people who showed up at those, we all struggled with that. And in terms of, you identify Chicago Avenue as a corridor, Central Street as a corridor. So you can identify the corridors, okay, but, do you allow, like on Dempster Street, do you want all of Dempster Street to be higher density because it's on a bus route?
Well, I think to everyone's point, this is the vision, just that it makes sense to consider if we are going to build more, and if we end up with, opportunities for compromise, one opportunity for compromise, as my colleague said, one potential tool will be to look to build where there's already a lot of investment that it makes sense to leverage and capitalize on. So I think that as a concept, we would benefit as a community from understanding maybe we land someplace in the middle, right? We don't have to do all or nothing. There's a ton of flexibility if we can all understand what we're talking about.
Gene, I think this is an important one to go a little bit further and define, because I think it would help to calm people down. When we're talking about blanket zoning, that's what everybody gets all excited and but this is a different concept, and I think more people would be behind it.
Okay, then one of the asks from the community, again, and I guess we can think about it too, but where are those spots where additional development would be welcome?
The other thing is that and we're talking zoning again, but like the proposed zoning code consolidates the prior code in ways that make it more confusing and more question, like, well, you want to blanket this? And I think that the fact that the existing code has a lot of segmentation inside, for example, the residential code has a lot of segmentation. So, it might be, you got R1 through 6. You have a lot of things going on there that when you start consolidating, it creates fear. So, maybe the conversation later is if we're going to be giving these labels, to me don't mean a lot, because the fact is it's kind of obvious what's going on. You just drive down the street, you can see where the activity, you can see where the development is, you can see where the transportation is. So the question becomes, well, what are you going to do there? And that goes back to the zoning code more so than naming it a corridors. I mean, that developers can figure out where to go without the labels.
Okay. Anything else at this end of the table? Okay. Are we about done? I think the other concern I had or suggestion I had is I'm not sure if the future land use map goes here in this chapter or if it should move to chapter 5 after we've talked about all of what the future land use categories are. And it's just relocating where the map goes. I mean, I think that the policies and the approach and, kind of what we want to see, I think that belongs in the text, but I'm not sure the map goes here because the description of what the land use categories are is in the next chapter.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
But that's just a thought.
I just had a couple of questions about this map, and I'm trying to remember. There is a map that shows all the schools, isn't there? Yeah. There is. It is in there. Because I think that putting them in residential does not make sense to me. Also, in terms of open space, because I know we calculate open space, parks and things like that. The cemetery really isn't that kind of open space. So you think? I mean, I don't know. And also, relative to open space, should we count playgrounds and things like that? They're related to schools, but they're open space and they're community facilities. So I think that is part of open space. I don't know.
Well, I would agree that it may be, useful to identify the District 65, locations, but or at least the middle schools. I'm not sure if we need all of the schools, but the middle schools aren't likely to change, and they take up a lot more space than maybe a school does. But I'll defer to staff on.
Are churches? What do you think about churches?
No. No. Okay. I think that's. No,
Yeah.
I will. I did look at the the preliminary findings report, which is on the website, and one of the maps that I thought was useful that would be helpful for the appendix. I don't want to see it reformatted or stylized or any of that, but CMAP did a land use inventory, which is pretty detailed that's a 2020 map, so that really gets down to the nitty-gritty detail of what uses are where. So I thought that might be useful to consider including in as part of the appendix material.
The small thing, but there is a beach that is south of Lighthouse Beach. I always thought of it as Northwestern's beach, but that's not on here. It's not purple. It's not green. It's just missing. It's up in the
Yeah, it's right on the edge.
Yeah, that staff is aware of that issue. It's a technical glitch in our parcel
right.
layers, and yeah, so.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it's something that just kind of developed naturally on its own, and it turns out it's Evanston property.
That's Evanston's property?
It is Evanston's property and managed by Northwestern.
You don't have to tell me you didn't know that, Nick.
No.
The city has argued enough.
No, it's fine. Does anyone have anything else? Then in that case, I need a motion to continue this hearing to March 19th at 6 p.m.
moved.
Can I just make one more comment? I just okay. So the issue is we're talking in this section. It talks about celebrate arts and culture. And it's general. How specific do we want to be about theaters such as Northlight Theater, the movie theaters, as centers of they're people generating centers. They're, you know what I mean? I think they're more than just a function. They do something to a
They're
city.
dressed in placemaking, and
Are they?
and
Okay.
I
Maybe
think
so.
they can be mentioned in the next chapter. I'm not sure that they need to be highlighted in this particular chapter.
Okay. I just think my reason for bringing it up is not so much that it's on a map or whatever, but I think they're significant institutions. That's what I mean.
Okay, now I could have a motion.
Motion to continue to, thank you, to March 19th.
Second.
All in favor? We don't need it.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I would also like to, for that, and for the members of the public, we, did pretty well in getting through the chapter. So I would encourage the public, if you're sending in comments, feel free to give us comments on all the remaining chapters that you have, so that we can have some specific language on that. And then I guess we'll continue on to see how far we can get. Hopefully through the, hopefully the rest of the chapters won't take as long, but we'll see. So with that on our agenda, wherever it is, I think, do we have any staff comments? I don't have my hand. No staff comments? Any public comment? Okay, with that, may I have what?
I have something to announce. For all of your information, I just want to let you know that my first term ends on March 22nd. So my last meeting could be next week. Now, I have asked the mayor to give me a second term. He wrote me back and he said he hasn't decided yet, and he probably won't decide until March 31st. But I'm hoping, and I've given him the reasons that, look, I've been involved in this comp plan for a while and all of that. So he did say he's reviewing candidates. So don't know what that means, but I just want to let you know that, I mean, assuming I'll be here next week, that might be the last time. So.
Okay, thank you. With that, let's see, do we have the motion to adjourn?
Jean, just one note.
Yes.
Chair. Folks, again, I just wanted to say thank you to those commissioners that have filled out that worksheet and added your text comments, and just reiterate that if you do care to meet with us one-on-one as a group, the team would love to meet with you and discuss further any of your concerns or recommendations. So with that, thank you.
Okay, oh, and then I will be arranging a meeting with staff so that we can figure out the work schedule going into April. But again, the goal or the ask is to try to get through this process so staff can, process comments and do the next draft as reasonably as possible, recognizing that, the mayor has said that, other than trying to get this to the new council as early as possible, we have a little bit of time, but we also have a lot of other work on the agenda. So trying to get through the process so that, staff is not overwhelmed. And I would like to, again, note that while we had a lot of comments on the draft, tonight, which, I think are pretty substantive. I think that we should all be really, really grateful for the the tremendous amount of work that staff did to get the document we have before us, and that essentially was done in 3 weeks. And we finished the initial review and listening to comments, January 29th, I think, and we had a review draft on February 21st. So I think that really, really, we should all be very thankful and appreciative of the work that's been done. And I just wanted to say that. And now do we have a motion to adjourn?
And Chair, I'm sorry, I just have one last announcement. Just wanted to let the commission know and the public, our community development staff has now moved into the new location at 909 Davis. So don't come to this building looking for them. They're there. And then beginning in April, your meetings, this body's meetings will take place at the new building. We'll have more information for you next week, but just wanted to make that announcement.
But the next meeting is here.
Yes.
Next meeting's here on the 19th, yes.
Next two
And
meetings.
yeah, all the way through March.
Okay, now can we have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Aye. Aye. See you all next week.